This is the man they need to get rid of now, England. They were dying to get him to the crease because the quicker he gets there, the fresher the bowlers will be. Got him out there within the first hour of play. What can they do? He has been a thorn in England's side, Steve Smith. Well, this is Jofra Archer's 5th over this morning. How many more can he afford to keep him on for? Because it's Smith, I would say at least 2. No point in having short, sharp bursts and leaving Smith there.
Well, there's been a lot of talk ahead of this game about this particular contest. Australia's best player and one of the best against the debutant and quickest England bowler, Jofra Archer. What has Root set? He set a short leg, a leg slip, 2 slips and a gully.
The crowd is behind Archer. A wicket taking over. 60 for 2.
Said the key was the on-field call with that LBW. Bancroft, as it hit him, would have been questioning the height. It nipped back down the hill, hit Bancroft above the roll. I reckon as a batsman you're thinking, well, if that's hit me above the roll, there's got to be a bit of doubt there. And that on-field call, the key once the review was made. Remember your first, Mikey? Who was it? You don't forget your first, do you?
My first was the great Max Walker. Caught Viv Richards in Perth.
You don't forget it, though, whoever it was, do you?
No, you'd never forget the first. I've forgotten my last. I don't remember who the last one was. A wicket usually brings another, and it has this time again.
Yeah, there's a bit happening here. Drizzle falling, floodlights on. These are good conditions for bowling. It's taken a while for England to get the breakthrough this morning, but Khawaja now has followed Bancroft into the pavilion. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Thick outside edge, straightforward catch for Bairstow. Wokes on his favourite ground strikes again. And they've got 2 new batsmen in now, with Australia 3 down for 60. And England will fancy their chances over the next few overs. Khawaja played nicely, but just 36 for him, 60 for 3.
They're not the only fireworks you'll see today.
Travis Head coming in at number 5 now for Australia. 60 for 3. This is exactly what England would have been hoping for. Ideal bowling conditions. First half an hour did not produce a great lot, but a wicket, then another. Immediately looking behind him when he felt that edge, Usman Khawaja. Bairstow did not disappoint his bowler. 3 slips on the gully again.
Cast your mind back to yesterday morning at the toss. You did it, Mikey, out there with the 2 captains. Now, I think this is the problem about putting a side in on a bright sunny day. You can see the rain falling there as Khawaja gets out. It's drizzling, floodlights are on, heavy overcast conditions. Ask yourself, would you prefer to be batting now or yesterday morning in bright, breezy conditions? I know when I'd prefer to be batting.
And I said it at the toss, I was surprised that either one of them wanted to bowl first. But they both said they would want to bowl first. And in this country, Arthurs, irrespective of what the forecast says, when you see what you get, you use it.
Well, especially now that the floodlights allow for play. It's a little bit like going back to the days of uncovered pitches. A captain would get a bright sunny day and he'd always bat because you don't know whether it's going to rain the next day and then you get caught on a wet pitch. It's a little bit like that now because you don't know whether the lights will be on the next day. And that's what I mean, that you get a bright day that seems like a batting day. You don't want to waste those conditions.
Well, a bit of a mix-up here. Got back.
For Australia, they've got to try and battle through this period now. They'll be saying to themselves, Archer has bowled 5. He's got a maximum, what, 2 left in this spell. Battle through that. And get a bit of Broad then. Got to try and fight through tough spells in Test cricket. Eventually it gets easier. It might not seem so at the time, but eventually it does.
Another excellent over, 60 for 3. Wokes is doing well. He apparently loves this ground. Bowls well here every time. Made a few runs as well. Just look how accurate he has been. Deliveries to Khawaja. And then the one that got him out, the Fuller delivery.
Yeah, it's a really good little graphic, that, wasn't it? People talk about why a bowler should bowl a good length. Everything there on a length, Khawaja could leave. He could leave it on length. He knew it would bounce over the stumps. It's going across him. But the Fuller ball was the one that drew him into playing. That's why Stokes is in that position. He's quite fine. You can see him just back of screen from that shot a moment ago. Archer nips the ball back at right-handers. The slope will help it nip it back as well. It's a bit of a lottery where you want that man because Smith goes such a long way across. That's why they have him quite fine. It's a bit of a lottery to some degree, isn't it?
It is, but I still prefer to see that man a bit squarer than fine. If he's going to be fine, I think he has to bowl a lot fuller. The length has to be fuller if he's going to get a thin edge down the leg side. But once it's that short, he's going to get a lot more back on the ball, so it will go a bit squarer. Well, it's the left-hander now. 3 slips on the gully. Ooh.
There's been a couple that we've seen this morning. One to Khawaja and this one to Travis Head, where the ball has been very full, but has hardly bounced. 3 slips and a gully. I wonder whether Root might fancy another catcher there. Twice he's gone past the outside edge now. All the threat to the left-hander from the end Archer is bowling is to the outside edge. Maybe square leg could come across to a second gully, or a catcher in that gap between 4th slip and gully. You wouldn't want one to squeeze through there right now. In good touch, Travis Head. He thought he played well at Edgbaston in both innings. Got 100 up at Worcester in the game in between the tests. So he's in decent touch.
Right there!
Too short, too high. I'm getting a bit of indecision there by the 2 Australian batsmen, but they get back safely. 25 overs gone, 61 for 3. Two wickets. That is the important section there of that graphic for England. 1 yesterday, 2 today, and they'll be hoping this man can give them at least 1 more before lunch. Yes, we want to be more attacking. Get that 3rd slip in. It's no longer 60 for 1, it's 61 for 3. 3 slips under gully.
Well, all the talk about the plans that England might or might not have to Smith, this is a very orthodox field. 3 slips gully, a couple of men either side, a fine leg. Can't think that Woakes will do anything that he wouldn't normally try and do here at Lord's, which is use this slope, use the end that he's bowling from to try and find the outside edge, and those catchers waiting there. Root, Roy, Bairstow, Stokes.
I like this field. I agree totally with this field. And the line that he's bowling at the moment as well. That line is perfect. Just now has to adjust the length at times. Get it a little bit fuller. No. Oh, that's coming back up the slope, but a bit wide.
Strong bottom-handed grip, that big step across, the unusual back lift out to gully. All the mannerisms that we touched upon in those long vigils up at Edgbaston.
I think that's off the pad.
Terrific from Bairstow. Ball just flicking the thigh pad. Just keep your eye on Bairstow. Bairstow's footwork there, springing off his right foot, take it down the leg side. He leaves the ball in some bizarre ways, doesn't he? Not a straightforward leave. It kind of twirls the bat around.
Last ball of the over. Get it a bit fuller. That's a better length. Maiden over. Score stays 6-1 for 3.
Once of this partnership, Matthew Wade played really well at Edgbaston in that second innings for 100, and then you're into the captain Payne and then the bowlers.
Eight balls faced by Steve Smith. Travis Head has faced 9. Just a single between them so far. Archer still has the ball in his hands. This will be his 7th over this morning. Can't blame the captain for this at all. Should be his last though.
Well, he was over the wicket in the previous over to Travis Head. He's decided to come around the wicket now. The thinking will be that try and get Travis Head playing at the ball from this angle more frequently. Bit of wobble here gets one on the end of Bairstow's thumb. Often see it at this ground more than any other ground for some reason, that the ball, when it goes seam up through to the keeper, really wobbles in the air. That was a nasty one for Bairstow on the end of the right thumb.
Well, he's not in a good state right now, Johnny Bairstow. So with him needing a bit of attention, the umpires have decided it's a good time to take drinks because it's almost an hour's play anyway.
Great catch, unbelievable stuff.
So drinks still being taken. Smith and Head recently arrived at the crease, 1 and 0 respectively, not out. Bancroft and Khawaja are the men out this morning in that first hour of play. Bancroft first, Archer's first Test match wicket, just nipping that down the hill. Went to review. Question was it going to go over by a millimetre or two? The answer was no, it's going to hit by a millimetre or two. So the original decision confirmed, and then the outside edge here, Wokes straight away into wickets as he came into the attack. And the angle away, a little bit of movement as well, enough to take the edge. And Bairstow completing that catch. So just the 3 men used so far. Broad, the man taking the wicket yesterday evening, that of Warner. Archer and Wokes taking theirs this morning. So the difference between the two sides still 197. And of course, everyone is wondering, is there a way of getting Stephen Smith there? Well, today is your best chance. The ball is moving, the lights are on, it's overcast. These are conditions that any batsman would rather not bat in. We've seen movement this morning. Johnny Bairstow, that's not a great sign. The drinks were taken, as you know, just slightly early because of that blow to the thumb he took. First ball of the 27th over, wobbling as it came to him. Needs a bit of help to get the inners on. But he's not one to relinquish the gloves, is he, Nas?
As we found out on interview this morning, going back to your comment about good time to bowl, as a captain you have to factor that in. I was looking at those bowling figures. Archer's bowled 12 overs and 1 delivery. You have to factor the weather in this afternoon. If it was a hot day, no rain forecast, 30 degrees, you'd be looking after Archer. But with rain forecast this afternoon, keep him going. Bowl him until he says no more, Skip. He can put his feet up this afternoon when the rain comes. He's firing, he's got Smith in. His job now is to get Smith out.
Well, in the interview he did before the game, he was talking about a match where he bowled something like 50 overs. So he doesn't mind the work. Obviously, for optimum use, you'd want to keep him in reasonably short, sharp bursts. But under these circumstances, as you say quite rightly, he's fit, he's loose. And the state of the game, it's the state of the game as much as anything else, isn't it? 61 for 3. You've just got a couple of wickets. Took a while to pick up the first one this morning. Average speed is swift enough. Fastest ball is even swifter, surprisingly. So yeah, now's the time you want to try and press home what advantage you've started to gain. Squares him up. Completely square on there, Travis Head, as he defended that.
Yeah, his stock ball is the one that goes down the slope away from the left-hander. So he's creating angles by coming round the wicket. He just straightens on you. Turn Travis Head around a bit. Maybe a fraction fuller.
Well, that's fuller. It's a little bit too wide. It's well left. I mean, this is the key. When we were talking ahead of the day this morning about the way to bat on pitches like this, pitch itself is fine, but in conditions like this where the ball is moving, being able to judge what to leave is once again just as important as knowing what to play at. It's nice and full as well. He's not got much swing this morning. There's been shape for sure. When it's been full, there's not been much in the air for him. Where he gets his best shape is just a fraction shorter than that, nipping away, using the angles, using the pitch. For 3. Saying it took a while to get the wickets, the first wicket today. The last 6 overs 1 run has been added, 2 wickets taken. Wonder if he's due a break. Archer's figures overall: 13 over 6 maidens, 1 for 18. That's 13 out of the 27 overs bowled in this innings so far, so I'm pretty sure he is due a break. Broad and come down from the pavilion end. That's a forward defensive shot with added extras. First of all, it's a bit of a shuffle across. As ever, he watches the ball well, leaves the playing of the ball until late, and then the fun starts.
So it's the only thing he has in comparison with Courtney Walsh as a batsman is the leave. Courtney used to leave it exactly the same, an extravagant follow through. He does it virtually every time. Fidgety at the crease, left pad, right pad, thigh pad, inside thigh, box, and off he goes again.
It's almost as if thieves are going to nick a pad or a thigh pad in between balls, you know. Are they still there? Yeah, just a fraction too straight, and from that angle, that's what he does. Just works it round the corner, takes the 1. Lucky to get away with that. Thick inside edge, they can go anywhere, including onto the stumps, but that's missed the stumps. Picks up 2 for it. It's away up the hill towards the grandstand. Just a bit of a jog as the ball does all the work, heading for the boundary in a hurry. Real confidence booster for Travis Head. So that's 68 for 3.
Yeah, it's the risk reward as a captain. You're asking your bowler just to go a little bit fuller in these conditions, but the bowler knows if he does, could well get driven for 4. That's why often they drag their lengths back. Got to risk it though. Give it a go, especially Woakes on this ground. See from the slip cord, and they feel in play when it's that length.
Now, as suspected, Jofra Archer's spell comes to an end. Pretty impressive spell too. Stuart Broad gets the ball back in his hands. No surprises there either, to be honest. 120. Once again breaching the Warner defence last night. That was the one wicket that went down yesterday. Found a way through, despite the fact that Warner was batting a yard or so down the pitch. Finds a way through, still clips the top of the stumps. Nice work. Broad against Smith now. I think he's upped the level of fidget. Determined fidgeting this.
We discussed it before a ball went down in the test, how you bowled to Smith, what fields you set. Ian Ward was down in the zone with Athers and Shane Warne, and you set a field to his strength, which is leg side. There's a leg slip and a square leg, but you actually hold your line about 5th, 6th stump. And it's completely against whatever you've been told as a captain. Bowl to your field, just keep bowling 5th, 6th stump, have players on that leg side because he works it that way. Like that. So he often misses the field. Well, he's left the ball well out there, if not extravagantly. The way he leaves it when it's out. He wouldn't teach players to bat like him. He wouldn't teach players to leave it like him.
I hate to say it, but that last one was quite a dull lead.
And a very exhausting 4 he's got. I know the odd bowler that might have said something by now. He's left the ball.
Test of patience as much as anything else. 70 for 3. Famous long run, bit of paperwork on the floor. Just alert the secretary. Pair of red trousers in the background, just heading for the doors. Beautifully bowled. Very similar to the one that got Khawaja. That is the testing line at left-handers.
There's always that debate about the length as well. Previous delivery to head, he'd been full and got driven. Just dragged it back a little bit, went past the edge. Somewhere in between would be nice. More problems for Bairstow back there. It's wobbling. He's had one on the thumb.
That's Travis Head's homage to Stephen Smith. A flick off the hips. Jack Leach keeping loose in the deep. Long leg to long leg for the left and right hander respectively.
I think that last ball was important. Often when you talk about Smith, everyone talks about line, what line do you bowl. Not many times you talk about length. I think you've got to get Steve Smith coming forward. I think he plays off his hip brilliantly, leaves it brilliantly. So much discussion about line to Smith. Length is more important. Even a very full Yorker. Leg stump, hitting the base of leg stump. At the moment they're a little bit back of a length. Get him coming forward. There, he's good there. Nothing good. He just plays easily off the back foot. Short, he just has all the time in the world. Nearly everything has to be full at him. Get him driving.
One run from the over, 71 for 3, and third man is in position. Andrew.
Yeah, thankfully, it's so much. Thankfully, thanks. So much discussion.
Well, I'm not gonna, we won't go as far as thankfully.
About where to bowl to Steve Smith. And England have made their plans abundantly clear so far today. They bowled very fifth, sixth stumpish. They've been very comfortable with him leaving the ball. I suppose the question to you, Nasser, as captain, are you happy with that, with his first 20-odd balls? We know how important it is to get him out early. Are you happy playing the patience game with him and just waiting for him to come to you? Or do you think England should be attacking off stump a little bit more, just for those first 20 balls or so?
Very good question, because the obvious answer would be no. As a new batsman in these conditions, all great players are vulnerable early on, any batsman. But you also know the confidence used to set fields accordingly, the confidence of a couple of boundaries off your hip, your 10-20 not out, and all the nerves go, all the little fidgety movements go, and you're off and running again. So they're trying to dry him up, trying to make sure that he isn't comfortable, and away. Oh, close, very close, surely out. Broad thinks it's out anyway.
Well, the decision was not out.
TV umpire to director.
Very quickly been reviewed.
Player review for LBW. The on-field decision is not out. May I start with the front foot, please? That's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Appear to be no bat involved. Ultra edge, please. Little gap between the bat and the ball, a flat line. I'm satisfied, there's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracker when you're ready, please? Ball tracker coming up now, Alim. Ball pitching in line, impact in line, wickets hitting. Alim, you'll have to reverse your decision. I'll tell you when you're on screen. Mark, can you put Alim back on screen, please? Alim, reverse your decision. You're on screen now.
So Travis Head is on his way. No problems with the length, the line, the fact that it was knocking stumps out of the ground but for those pads. The only thing I can think of for the original decision is the possibility that Alimdar thought there might have been the inside edge. Would have been a couple of noises, pad to pad, which you hear as an umpire, but the Hawkeye confirms it. Stone dead, and off he goes. Head is out 7. It's 71 for 4.
What a quality delivery.
Four down, and it's Matthew Wade next at number 6. Century maker at Edgbaston in the first test. But this is a rather different situation now, and it's developing very rapidly in England's favour. Just looking at this yet again. I mean, yeah, line and the length absolutely stone dead. In that first test match there were, I don't know how many decisions given where the decision was out for LBWs and inside edges were then spotted with the replays and the review overturned, and this is the other way around where Ali might well have suspected an inside edge. There wasn't one, so the decision goes against the batsman.
Yeah, you're right in your assessment of why maybe it wasn't given out. 2 pads, and it flicked the front pad, back pad, so Alimdar might have heard 2 noises, but it was absolutely plumb. England with control and movement, good change of bowlers as well, bringing Broad back on. Excellent this morning, England.
Good line, good lead. Right, 3 wickets have gone down this morning for 11 runs between the first and the third in 45 balls. So a purple patch for England's bowlers.
Goes back to Andrew's third man, really, about Steve Smith. Do you attack him now? They're doing well by drying him up, attacking the other end. Just being patient, England, and getting their rewards.
Well, on that same theme, this is Stuart Broad around the wicket for left-handers. That's where it ends up. We've got 2 wickets to the straight balls, obviously 1 bowled, 1 LBW. That's what you want. Patience, all those ones left alone slightly wide. It's always going to be, I don't know, a perennial argument, isn't it? Because I would say that if you could, when you've got new men in, including Stephen Smith, you want to keep them quiet, yes, but also you'd like them to play a little bit more. And the one that might get Stephen Smith out actually is sort of a couple of stumps outside off stump if there's a little bit of movement and bringing him forward, that sort of thing. So that's your optimum. Wicket maiden for Stuart Broad. 2 for 22 now his figures. 71 for 4 the score. bowled well in that first Test match, especially that first day where Australia was struggling, but unfortunately recovered. That is unfortunately from England's point of view. This is now a key period of play. Deficit is still 187. 4 down. Just keep adding wickets to that scorecard, and it's only one side in charge. So a crucial passage of play coming up with what, just over half an hour left until lunch. Smith has got 4 from 21 balls, been able to leave an awful lot. Well, goes for it and nails it. Wokes hasn't tried the short ball at him until now. Steve Smith gets on this very quickly.
Well, with the rain falling, obviously this is not the length to bowl, but definitely get Steve Smith playing here. They could be off in 10 minutes. You never know, it could rain the rest of the day. But definitely in the next few deliveries, get Smith playing as much as possible. Don't just let him leave it.
A little bit of width outside off stump. Just finds Denley just behind square on the offside. Now that I like. Just full enough, straight enough, has to play at it, has to get a bat on it. He's rather good at that. Hasn't done much, so that's the thing. He's been given a chance to do it a little bit in the air. It does hit the seam. Maybe got in the right sort of position, but he's always behind those. But at this stage of the game, I'd like to see him playing just that little bit more often, to be honest. .75 for 4. .75 for 4. 28 minutes to go, give or take, until lunch. So a change in the commentary box. Kumar and Surya.
Thanks, David. Might be inclined now, for those out there thinking about a left-hander and Steve Smith, maybe trying to just give Jack Leach a little go. 20-odd minutes before lunch. Keep the seamers going at the pavilion end. But just maybe there's a bit of rough out there, and with the slope from the nursery, natural movement maybe. So, yeah, I think it might be worth a go, Kumar.
Absolutely, and sooner rather than later, you don't want Stephen Smith to really get his eye in for too long. There's well, at least on paper, a slight weakness when it comes to left-arm spin.
Yeah, it's only 80 averages.
Yeah, but I think it's the nursery end would be Jack Leach's preferred end to the right-handers.
Yeah, and I think give him a go. Nothing to lose now. Batsmen are thinking about lunch. 24, 25 minutes to go.
Of course, the rewards for the fast bowlers have been very good this morning with the conditions in favour, but that's also an important part of captains, isn't it? To still be creative. Understand that even spinners can play a big part in conditions like this, especially against a targeted batsman. Exerted a lot of pressure, but imagine how much better it would be if they can get rid of Stephen Smith. The confusion out there ever since Smith walked in with the running.
Well, teasing the fielders, aren't they?
The Australian theory is just trust your partner and run, but 3 or 4 occasions now. Bit of a yes, no, wait. Last thing you need in a situation like this is a run out. 75 for Australia at the moment.
Maiden over, 75-4. And then put in by Australia. First innings yesterday, 258 they were dismissed for. Burns and Best are the top scorers, 53 and 52. Hazelwood was the pick of the bowlers from the 3 for 58. Cummins picked up 3, as did Lyon. Australia 75 for 4. England will be sniffing here, thinking we've got a real chance, boys. One more, 2 more would be great. One more, if it was Steve Smith, would be wonderful. Stokes is going to have a bowl. Pretty healthy strike rate, and he has a knack of making things happen.
Yeah, Stokes can surprise you, especially with a little bit of extra pace. You don't really expect him to be quick, but he does bowl a heavy ball. He's got this awkward action, kind of, you know, gets a batsman expecting the ball to come back into him if you're a right-hander, but he can swing the ball away. Got a quick bumper. I understand why Joe Root is persevering with his fast ball as the conditions are ideal.
Well, that's the length. I reckon that's the line as well.
Absolutely, and with his action and because he falls away so much, you always think it's coming back into you. The shine on the outside, conventional outswing going with the slope, and Stephen Smith immediately, always adjusting his body, expecting it to come back in.
Great seam position as well there. Good. Stokes. First delivery up. Look at that seam position. The ball there responding and going down the slope. Squaring him up with a movement.
Seam still presented to us as slips, looking for that outswing. You saw Broad and Volk's ball use the shine, and then ball scramble seemed to get nip off the pitch. A lot of the time in England you're told present the seam, present the seam. The wobble seam's also been very effective.
Very effective, and delivery that's getting used more and more. Certainly a couple that Archer bowled, the scramble seam, they certainly moved usually into the right-hander.
Well, day 4 here at Lord's. The good news is the sun is out. There's a bit of cloud cover, but there's a sense of excitement in the air. England have got Australia 80 for 4. Australia 178 runs behind. And it's a good, it feels a good morning for bowling. As I said, the sun was out early, but the clouds have come in. England are in a very good position here. Australia 80 for 4, and a lot rests on Steve Smith's shoulders. Ben Stokes is going to get the ball first up, who bowled pretty well yesterday, bowled some good pace. And the reason he's got the ball, he's got 5 balls to go when they went off last night with the rain. Matthew Wade hasn't got off the mark yet. He's on 0. Steve Smith is on 13. He was out there. England made him work for his runs. Got a good 100 in the first test, Matthew Wade, and it was a good partnership with Steve Smith. England, you sense, are just ahead of the game. There's Steve Smith, 40 balls for his 13. All ready to go. As I said, a sense of excitement in the air. There's a great atmosphere here at Lord's. We're hoping for a wonderful day of Test cricket. Here we go. Straight away off the mark now, Matthew Wade. And it's good morning, Ian Botham.
Morning, good morning everyone out there. One of the other little bonuses for England, it was quite sunny earlier on. There's a bit of cloud around now, which will encourage the bowlers. So yeah, I agree with you. I think England are in a strong position here. The crucial factor is facing now, and that's Steve Smith. I mean, the form he's been in is quite remarkable, and I'm not talking about just the last few games, the last 6 years. It's been an amazing performance from this man. Forget everything else that's gone on. He's here to play cricket now, and he's doing it very, very well.
Oh, nice start from Ben Stokes. A bit of bounce.
Played that pretty well, because that got big on him. Surprised him. Could have gone anywhere, kept it down. His mannerisms are really quite amazing at the crease.
That's where he's strong, Steve Smith. There's 2 men back there to stop the runs. It's amazing how easily he works that off. It's pretty good pace. Nearly 88 mile an hour that from Ben Stokes. It looks like a throwdown.
Let's have a look at this. That delivery before surprised Steve Smith. So this is his get out of jail shot. This is the way to move it on, get himself at the other end. That ball was probably around off stump, middle and off, but played it on length.
Well, it's a packed house here at Lord's. And why not? This match is right in the balance. You sense that England are probably the most likely to win this game if they can bowl well. Australia will have to bat for a long period of time and into tomorrow to try and get us some sort of lead to put some pressure on England. But right now the England tails are up because they're on top. Tidy start from Ben Stokes. It's 82 for 4. There's a situation in the game. Australia won the toss and they put England in. England did well to make 258. Then Australia sort of got through that night, but then yesterday morning England were outstanding. 82 for 4 Australia, which means they're 176 runs behind. It's going to be Stuart Broad from the pavilion end. Wondering who it was going to start with. Jofra Archer looked really good in his first test match so far. Broad's bowled well. He's got 2 for 26 off 13. He bowled quick. And as we heard Nasser Hussain talk about this morning, his average is down. He's bowling fuller and he wants to make the batsman play. Just getting him on the front foot. Picked up a yard of pace. And he's looked pretty good in this series. There's his 2 wickets so far. Knocked over Davey Warner. He's got him 3 from 3 so far in this series. And then smashing the Travis Head pad. I can't believe Alindar didn't give that out. He thought he hit it, but it hit both pads. And that was absolutely plumb. Right, leg slip in place. 2 men back on the leg side fence. Couple of slips and a gully. Oh, there's that wide line again. Steve Smith's mad himself. Walks away and starts yelling at himself.
Gives himself a lecture, but the thing is the length. That's what I like, is the length. I think at times we just bowled too short to him, Steve Smith, and I think this, with the slope, he's thinking this ball's going to come back at me, come back at me. Ends up playing at it. Very angry with himself.
Yeah, terrific stuff that. Nice start. Plant the seed into the batsman's mind straight away, Stuart Broad has done. I think the key with Steve Smith's grip, I think the key when you do bowl that ball outside the off stump, it's the length. You have to be a fraction fuller. Pretty hard for him to hit the ball consistently through the covers because of that grip. I like the leg slip. I like that means the odd little short one. If he wants to sort of walk across his stumps, he's got to be careful. But then, like we saw that play and miss, that's the follow-up delivery. I think it's good planning this from England, and they're executing it well too. Goodness me. What was he doing then, Steve Smith, after he played that ball?
It must have been a wasp. He flat batted.
Watch this when he's just a normal defence. A bit short, no defence. Watch Steve Smith.
That's a wasp.
What? What's he doing? Too short. He's had a pretty good debut so far, Jofra Archer. Picked up his wicket, knocked over Cam Bancroft, LBW. Bowled some quick deliveries too. 1 for 18 off 13. It was hard to get away. The lights were on yesterday. Made the ball talk. Seamed and movement. Looked really impressive. Going to be a wonderful bowler for a long time, Jofra Archer. Complements this attack. Nice the captain to have some serious pace.
That's the line. Length.
A little bit of confusion about Alim Dar, what he was doing out there. I think he's called a wide for the short ball. Shot. That's an excellent shot. That's just the length again, just a fraction of width and just a fraction short. Steve Smith, easy as you like.
It's the length, and that's what he's looking for. Either side of the wicket, anything that's at that back of the length, he can play off the back foot. He's got all the time in the world, and he's set up for the shot. That's why you want him coming to you in that length, another 2 feet, 3 feet up.
It's still an excellent shot. He just makes it look batting so easy, Steve Smith, even though he's got so much movement, so many fidgety bits and all those sort of things, and walks across the crease. When the point of release, when the bowler bowls and he's about to hit the ball, it all looks so simple. This one extra ball of the over was a wide, that short ball. Well bowled, good finish. Oh, it's 87 for 4. Let's have a look at this again. This is the last ball of the over. We've seen him also talk to himself before. This time he's starting to kick his legs and jump up in the air. It's nothing more than just a defensive push. It'll keep us entertained for the day.
Surplus energy.
Well, Ben Stokes only had 5 balls left of that over to complete, but Joe Root's decided to stay with Ben Stokes, not go for Wokes or Archer, but stick with Stokes. Stokes seemed to get a lot of movement yesterday. He looked pretty threatening too, bowled well. Pretty well the left-handers too. Excellent crowd, given that there's all the rain has been around. Such a wonderful test match this. It's a real spectacle. The fans have got behind the test match, an Ashes test at Lords. Doesn't get too much better than that. Bowled.
Talk about Steve Smith and his mannerisms. For Australian first innings for the last 6 years, he's averaging 85. So whatever he's doing works.
Oh, there's Mike Gadding. I'm not sure what he's wearing, to be honest. What would you call that, Beef?
A bet.
A bet. A lost bet. Well bowled, well played. Now you're colourblind, Beef. I was going to say, what colour does that jacket look like to you?
It just looks like a mess.
Well, I can tell you it is a mess.
All right, come on, what colours
are the jacket, that is.
I can see. Is it blue?
Yeah, there's a blue. What other does it look for you?
Well, I haven't got a clue. Yellow, I'm going to guess.
Yeah, blue, yellow.
And then there's one at the dark or something in here. I have no idea.
Green.
There you go. No, I thought it might have been Brown.
Shot. The people that don't know out there, Beef, you are colourblind, aren't you?
Partially.
So the cricket ball red, was it when you played?
Oh, I didn't watch it that closely. The thing is, it's when we play cricket, we play on pitches. Now that pitch to me looks, I wouldn't say it's green, I'd say it's white or off-white. So the ball is just the same to pick up, it's fine. If it was green and I was bowling the red ball, really green, then I would have struggled.
Looking for 2, he won't get it. Pretty tidy over that from Ben Stokes, 89 for 4. Walking to the ground this morning, Beef, there was the huge queues outside the ground. There's a real sense of anticipation, excitement about this. Given that there's only been limited amount of cricket, unfortunately, so far, there's still a real buzz around the ground. Sense that England are in the game and a chance here to knock over this guy, Steve Smith. Another great shot, just a fraction short and a fraction wide, and Steve Smith says thank you very much.
Get it up there fuller. That's the. He struggles, I think. The way he sets himself up, set back of a length, and he's happy with that. He might once in the blue moon nick it, but more often than not, that's the end result. 4.
Yeah, well, Nasser did a great thing with Stuart Broad this morning about how he's bowled fuller each year, and that's what he needs to do. The first ball he bowled of the morning was a beautiful delivery. He played a miss, and Steve Smith started talking to himself as a fuller length. Since then, he hasn't quite got it right. Backed up delivery after delivery, Stuart Broad. To let the pressure off with one of those type of deliveries. Just a fraction short again from Broad.
For me, it's sort of 4th, maybe even 5th stump, but full. And if you can shape it a little bit towards the slips, even better. But I don't think that's entirely necessary, because he's going to think about the ball coming down the slope, so it just has to go straight on, and it's just as effective. It's the length. I think he's very happy anything back of a length or short.
Well bowled. That's the length. The fraction fuller gets Steve Smith stuck on the crease, not trying to get forward, but he can't. It was just a good delivery, that one from Broad. Oh yeah, nipped too, didn't it? Just left him, but it was the length.
I suppose if you're going to be critical, you just say, well, if that's another 1.5 foot up, he'll probably nick it.
And risk the cover drive, as we said right at the top, is very hard for Steve Smith with that grip to hit it through the covers consistently. He might hit the odd one there. Look at that bottom hand. Nice shot. That'll beat Archer. That'll be 4. Just excellent shot from Wade.
Jofra Archer, quite short. Not really a dive, is it? It's more of a collapse. Must be careful, he didn't hurt himself, but it was timed beautifully.
1,000 test runs from Matthew Wade, 300s. Got one in the first test and looked pretty good. He looks nice and calm at the crease at the moment. .98 for 4. And it's down to Michael Holding at third man.
Thank you, Warnie. Everyone has been speculating as to why perhaps we have seen the opening bowlers that we have seen. Stokes, everyone is thinking he started yesterday, okay, he'll bowl his last 5 balls and perhaps will disappear. I think because Stokes has a different delivery action and also angle is the reason why he has continued. If you look at the release points of the 3 fast bowlers here, Ben Stokes in red, he's the widest of them all. Jofra Archer gets very close to the stumps. I've spoken about that short ball, just a little bit wider than Archer, but Stokes gets very wide, and that means he can angle the ball into Smith and still get him to play at the ball, and it leaves. Have a look at the very first ball that he bowled to Smith. He angled it in, the seam was perfect, it pitched and left, and Smith realized that. He said to himself, oh, that left me. And you can see the seam. Because it's angled in from such a wide area on the crease, he thinks it might be coming in throughout its action, and he starts to play. And I think that is the reason why Stokes is continuing. Because if he can continue to stay wide, push it into him, and of course he has the slope as well to help him to get it go away, he'll create problems. And I think also that Stuart Broad is bowling from the right end. If he wants to get Smith to play more often, right end coming down the slope, it can be outside the off stump. He think it's coming down the slope, he plays, and it doesn't. Well, they're changing now. They're getting rid of Stokes. It's Archer.
Very good, Mikey. Oh, nice start. Do you think, just a question, Mike, do you think that's a key to Steve Smith, is to use that crease a bit more and have that angle wide of the crease like Stokes, a bit more rather than in close to the stumps?
Definitely. And everyone has been talking about Archer being the man to bowl to Smith. I don't necessarily think that, because Archer doesn't use the crease a lot. He's still learning, still a young man learning his craft, but almost every delivery that he bowls is close to the stumps, and that's not what you want to be doing to Smith. You want to be keeping the ball wide above stump to Smith, and if you get close to the stumps and push it wide, he'll see it going wide. He doesn't have to play.
What about this thing? He now goes straight away around the wicket to the left-hander, Mikey. With him bowling as tight as he does from over the wicket to the stumps, he doesn't need to do that.
He doesn't need to do that, but I think it's a team plan. Every one of the fast bowlers have gone immediately round the wicket to the left-handers. I think that's okay for Warner, because you want to bowl straight to Warner. But I don't think Archer, who gets that close to the stumps, needs to go around. If he stays over, he can push the ball towards the slips, pitch it in line and straighten it, because he's so close.
I think he's just had a warning as well. I think he might have had a warning there for bringing down the pitch. He was close last night, and there was words said. Even more reason to go back over.
Exactly. His action is going to take him down the middle of the pitch.
I think it was a bouncer for the over. I think it wasn't running on the wicket. He'll keep a close eye on it, Gaffney, but I think it was just one bouncer for the over.
Good.
Oh, what ball. Getting his pace up now, Archer. was wondering why, listening to you guys talk about why the fast bowler goes around the wicket all the time. I just wonder if it's more of a defensive option of stop them scoring runs than when they go over the wicket, you go across the left hand and try and get them to play shots and fuller length to nick. More defensive. Oh, that jumped. Defensive option. Pretty tidy start that from Archer. 99 for 4. Well, the last ball of Jofra Archer's last over just hit Matthew Wade. It just jumped off a bit of a length. It really did bounce steeply. Got him on that bottom hand, and that really hurts. Straight away, Matthew Wade took his hand off the bat, ripped his glove off. Just had a bit of an extended look at it in between the overs. So he's got full movement there. Just an extra pace from Archer, already causing some issues. That's the length. It's just a bit wide. But I think it's with Steve Smith. The one thing he does do very well is he's got a lot of patience. Matthew Wade just moving his hand, just a bit of a stinger. Wicket keeper, I'm sure over the years he's had a few stingers on his fingers as a wicket keeper. Just not quite. It's the in-between length, that one. That's the one that needs to be a bit higher for the leg slip into play, or fuller. That in-between length there is very easy for Steve Smith to turn that on the onside. That single brings up the 100 for Australia. 100 for 4 means Australia 158 runs behind with 6 wickets in hand.
Should save the follow-on now, I reckon.
Still a long way behind in the game here, Australia. Sense if England can get 1 wicket, that especially of Smith, that Tim Payne and then the bowlers, they're right in this game. Big first session in the context of the match. No real excuses for Australia. The wicket looks pretty good. The ball is 43 overs old. No sign of spin yet from Leach. I'm sure he's probably not too far away. He might even have a bowl after Archer, and Archer might even switch down to come down after Stuart Broad.
Yeah, that's his favourite end, isn't it? He said that quite openly, that he prefers to bowl from the pavilion end. So, fine. Stuart Broad have his burst. So he should have started from the end he favours. Stuart Broad bowled magnificently from it. Yeah, I think Archer might follow him up there and Leach a few from this end just to see what happens, particularly with Wade in.
Bowled. Oh, well bowled. Good finish to the over there from Stuart Broad. It's 100 for 4. Jofra Archer's going to continue. He's looking for his second Test match wicket. Knocked over Cam Bancroft yesterday for his first one. Just looking at a change of field. Joe Root's calling for a helmet. I think they want a bat pad. Maybe when the left-hander's on strike. Matthew Wade after that one last over.
Yeah, it's the point, though, isn't it? It's after the ball's gone there.
It's the two slips. Nice full length, that one. Just looking at the field there, still got the cover there. I would have liked to see just an extra slip in there instead of that cover and encourage Steve Smith to try and hit through. You can just see on the left of the screen there, Ben Stokes at cover. Find him just going in next to Jason Roy and the slips there. Just filling that gap. Just an extra slip with Jofra Archer. Looks like he's going to bowl full. He's got a bit extra pace. With the odd short ball. It's amazing how that bumper, it's a real weapon. It's quick and it's no real change of action. He doesn't bowl it too short most of the time. Looks like it's his quickest ball too, the short one. Not easy to play. Well bowled.
There you go, quickest balls of the game so far. One that surprises me, I'm not surprised at the top two. Archer just under 94, Cummins 90. But the one who's increased his pace is Hazelwood.
Well bowled. Yeah, Hazelwood, Josh Hazelwood, the last couple of years, especially the last 12 months, has really picked up a yard just before his injury. Started to bowl a lot faster, running in faster, bowling faster, and when you're doing it at close to 90 mile an hour, just nipping at bowling at full length, as we saw in the first innings that England played, he bowled beautifully, Hazelwood. Right. So we talked to you about Matthew Wade's hand and how Jofra Archer got one to leap off the length. Joe Root's decided to get the bat pad in there. I think it's such an underrated position, that bat pad. Not enough fast bowlers use that. Horse, bolted, beefy, coming to mind, or
3 paddocks away.
Oh, didn't bounce as much. It's quite a quick delivery again from Archer. Another good over. 101 for 4. Well, Broad's going to continue. Matthew Wade getting a little work over. He's copped a couple, and up here it's Mike Atherton and Nasser Hussain. Well played this morning, Nasser, in the nets.
Thanks, Shane. Well played, these two at the moment. Smith 27, Wade 6, partnership 31.
That was a good leave.
It took you one ball. Wonder if we've got any examples of bad leaves somewhere. Length again, excellent, and England have their first of day 4.
Yeah, good cricket from England. Broad drawing Wade into the drive. It's an attacking length that he's bowled. It's just gone a little down the hill, and Burns takes a good catch, a good low catch in front of him. So good cricket all round from Broad and from Burns. Wade battled hard, but has gone for 6. And Australia 102 for 5.
Great catch, unbelievable stuff.
Australia captain comes in at number 7. His side in a bit of bother at 102 for 5. They still trail by 156. Spoke to Stuart Broad this morning about his lengths and how he's been as full as he's ever been this summer, and that was the key there. Full drive ball. Wade obliged. Burns a good smart low catch. Two men out for Payne. He was bounced out first innings edge, Baston. Short leg.
Yeah, people say why the driving length is an attacking ball. Well, two things. Had this been shorter, it might have moved more and beaten the edge. And secondly, had it been shorter, Wade might have defended the ball instead of attacking it. Had he defended it, it's likely that edge would have fallen short of Rory Burns. It only just carried as it was, and that was from a full-blooded drive from Matthew Wade.
Started in bright sunshine this morning, and it's just clouded over, which England will be very pleased with. Lights are just coming on again.
The match started in bright sunshine. I reckon Australia have batted about 40 of their 44 overs under lights.
Successful over for Broad, a wicket maiden, 102 for 5. Three wickets again for Broad. That's 9 in the series. As quick as he's ever done as well in England. Speeds are up, good rhythm.
It's been a good response from him, because in the last couple of years he's always been certain of his place. He was left out for the first Test match of the Caribbean Tour in Barbados. England preferred to give Sam Curran the new ball. And, his response has been excellent. Hasn't sulked, gone away, tried to improve his game, run in, bowl quickly, tried to work on his action to try and get the ball holding up to the right-handers a bit more.
Broad has done. Anderson hasn't been injured that much over the years. You see this replay where Smith gets turned around. And Anderson hasn't been there on the odd occasion. Stuart Broad has really put in a shift, and stepped up his own performance. Become the leader of the pack. Swing and a miss. The great days of the sporting calendar. Lord's Test match, Saturday of the Lord's Test match, Saturday of an Ashes Test match. Queuing early to get in. Ooh, for a second, I think Steve Smith was swaying out the way there, yeah. And it just kept down a bit.
I would imagine as a right-handed batsman facing Archer, it's always in the back of your mind, that potential bounce, because it's lethal and comes quickly. As you say, for a moment Smith was uncertain here what to do. He looked as though he was about to duck or sway, and the ball didn't get up.
Wicket maiden followed by a maiden. 102 for 5, Michael Holding.
Now, so you were talking to Stuart Broad this morning and complimenting him on how well he has been bowling. And if you look at the dismissal of Wade, you'll see again how well he bowled to get rid of him. Most of the deliveries have been coming in towards Matthew Wade. And you can look at how wide on the crease Stuart Broad has been getting to get that angle to push it in. That one he left alone because it was a little bit wider than the previous one. That one he almost played because it was a bit straighter. And then this one he plays. Gets the outside edge. You'll see the difference between the one that he almost played and the one that he actually did play at. The one he almost played was a little bit wide. The one he actually played at a bit straighter and fuller. Brought him onto the front foot, committed him to playing at that ball. Excellent planning from Stuart Broad. Not every time you get the ball exactly where you want it, but you just have to keep on plugging away at that plan, and he got the right delivery to get that wicket.
Very good, Nike. You always have to give the credit to the players. Absolutely spot on. Broad takes the credit. But also, I think Chris Silverwood, the bowling coach, working with him in Sri Lanka and also getting him to bowl it fuller. And the skipper, Joe Root. There's been various captains over the years. There's Silverwood on the left, bowling coach. It's been in Broad's ear about bowling it fuller. But also Root. There's been various captains who have said to Broad and Anderson, get it fuller. And they've been fairly stubborn. So something Joe Root, the way about him, that he's got into Broad's ear. As I say, the fullest he's bowled and the quickest.
Yeah, I can think of a few bowlers with 450 Test wickets up their sleeves, though, that might say, I know best. That's the point I tried to make about Broad a short while ago, that he's been receptive to change, receptive to learning, staying curious and open-minded and looking to improve all the time. And I think that's the hallmark of a really top-class player.
It's meters from the stumps, closer to the stumps. Technically sound, Tim Payne, but in the back of his mind will be the fact that Broad bounced him out first innings Edgbaston. There's a short leg and 2 men out, and the one thing you don't want in a 5-match series is being bounced out in your first innings. No one's coming at some stage. There they are, 2 out, short leg in. We've been praising Broad for pitching it up. Will unleash soon. Harvey did a good interview yesterday, actually. So don't compare anyone to Don Bradman. There is only one Don Bradman. There's a lot of comparisons with Steve Smith. So there's only one Don. 102 for 5.
Almost 91. Neil Harvey played in that great Australian side, the Invincibles of 48. Brilliant batsman, cover point fielder. Who my mate Neil Fairbrother was named after. Neil Harvey Fairbrother.
Your one and only mate. He's the last living member of that Invincible side. Bread and butter. That shot off the hip.
Joff. Middle just attached to you. Yeah, middle stump.
Same field, 2 out, short leg in, bit of extra pace from Archer. came on the inside edge and onto thigh and up in the air.
Well, as for Broad, there's a short leg and 2 men out. Fine leg. And, a man just behind square on the leg side.
Played that pretty well. Off the mark. To the boundary. Solid block to end the over, 107.5. Oh, just clip that off middle, and Broad's reaction tells you everything.
This is the Steve Smith conundrum, isn't it? As a bowler, you must feel that he's an LBW candidate. Gets across, but he don't miss many.
Great reactions. Slip batsman bowler. Said the other day you did that excellent piece in the zone. How do you get Steve Smith out? You and Shane and Ian discussed it. Said you've got to give your bowler a bit of license to have a bit of gut feel, as if he's brilliant at working out what the plan is. Just suddenly Broad from nowhere bowled a big in swing. From nowhere that delivery came. Broad had held it outside off and he'd saved it for ages. They looked at each other as Smith ran past. Nice shot, not timed. Up the hill, there'll only be a couple.
Yeah, Broad won't mind that. He's already had 1 wicket this morning. Wade from an attempted drive that ended up in the hands of Slip. He's asked Payne to have a drive at that last ball, which he did. It's just enough happening. Saw him this morning out on the field as I was waiting to speak to Justin Langer, and I said it'd be nice if some clouds rolled in. He said he thought the ball would do enough anyway because the pitch is dry, so dry the seam is biting into the surface.
10 for 5. Good interview with Justin Lang. I think one of his main things he's got to work out is that man sat to his left, our right, David Warner. How you handle him as a person. I reckon some of his cricket comes from that feistiness, that anger he has inside of him. The moment in this series has been very smiley and jovial, messing around with the Holly stand at Edgbaston. You keep that anger and toughness. Part of his game, part of his cricket.
Another chap I had a chat with this morning out in the middle was Graham Hick, Australia's batting coach. I was asking about David Warner. He said, you know, it's tough opening in England. We were talking about how England had bowled at Warner down under a couple of years ago. They basically bowled very defensively. They almost put a deep point back from the start, as if to say, we don't think we can get you out. Clearly here in England, the Duke's ball and conditions, we've talked about that enough. It's a very different ball game. The key for Warner is fine play with 20-odd test hundreds. But you have to stay mentally strong. You're going to get your low scores in England. It will happen. You've got to stay mentally tough at the top of the order.
Wokes into the attack. 4 overs for Archer in the spell. Wokes on his favourite cricket ground in the world with bat and ball. Khawaja just after England had a wicket yesterday. They got 2 on the bounce. It was drizzling. The lights were on. Archer got 1, and then very next over Wokes had Khawaja. Cross because that was his bread and butter, as I've said, just knock it to mid-wicket for a single. There's no mid-wicket. This time he does it. That's why he was cross. He finds that so easy.
Yeah, and just looking at the field, they've got an extra cover in, and no man in that area where, he, as you say, it's his bread and butter shot to get off strike. And I understand that Wokes is trying to bowl outside Smith's off stump, but I still think you can have that fielder at extra cover over on the leg side to try and prevent him getting off strike, and also encourage him to hit where he really doesn't want to hit. If you said what's his least productive shot, it would be the cover drive.
You said before the game, it's odd. You ask a bowler to bowl one side of the ground and set the field the other side.
Yeah, he is an unusual player, and therefore just be as mechanical as saying, bowl one side and I'll set the field there. Still can bowl one side of the pitch and almost counterintuitively set the field for his strength on the leg side.
Bit of movement away, outside edge. Smith will think of 3. Is Payne quick enough? No, they're going to settle on 2. 114 for 5, Mikey.
Yes, not everybody has been focusing on Smith and saying how well he leaves the ball. I'll show you some examples here of how good he is at leaving the ball. Anything that's slightly outside the line of our stump, especially if it's not very full, he leaves it and covers his stumps, which is very important, Nas. You cover your stumps, Nas. Cover your stumps if you're leaving it alone. Nas, come on. Cover. That's the first thing you do, Nas. Cover the stumps. Look at Smith.
How am I got on a graphic? I'm not even playing in the game.
Look at Smith. Look at the blue balls. They are wide of the stumps. If you're going to leave it, it has to be on that line, Nas. Wide of the stumps.
Hawkeye, how have I got on a beehive like that? Sat in the com box. I can tell you when Mitchell Johnson's running in, I wasn't worried about the pitch up in swinger. All I'd heard about how he'd broken Kumar Sangakkara's hand, and Graham Smith's hand. I was worried about the poppadoms, not the stumps.
Yeah, the stumps can go anywhere. just one point though about Smith and this field placing. I'm totally in agreement with having almost everybody on the outside and bowling every ball outside the off stump, to be honest. I want to be bowling full, tempt him to try and drive to the offside. If you're bowling full, Nas, with nobody on the onside, he can't work it over there. And I will say nobody, I don't literally mean no one. I just have 3 men on the onside. I'm going to bowl full outside the off stump. And whichever bowler that can go slightly wider the crease and angle it in, and I would do that all day. I'm not going to get bored. I might get tired, but I'm not going to get bored. And I'm going to ask my bowlers to rotate and keep on doing that.
Change of ends for Archer. Too high. The slip corner interested. Archer eventually goes up.
Got an LBW from that end yesterday. Got Bancroft out with a ball that would have just trimmed the bails, according to Hawkeye. I do think this is Archer's more dangerous end, the pavilion end, because of that nip backer that he'll bowl to the right hander. Some will nip back and some won't. So what do you play? What do you leave? Tricky end to face a line bowler like Archer, bowling from where he is now.
It's gone a long way. Not sure it hit anything, but there was a lot of movement and wobble after it went past the stumps. 4 byes.
And the adjustment that Archer will have to make with this switch of ends. It's gone from nursery end to pavilion end. It's going to jag it back like that. Really can't afford to be pitching middle and leg, else it's going to beat everything, including Bairstow.
Yeah, all the England bowlers, he wobbles it more past the stumps. Graham Onions used to do that when he played for England. Nightmare for keepers, especially here at Lord's. So they'll have to be switched on.
Right, Butler's a good position as well. You can see Butler under the lid there at short leg. Archer generally is going to nip everything back. Payne's a batsman who likes to push forward. Here, that could easily come off inside edge, thigh pad, just bob up to short leg.
Especially with that slightly closed bat face. Just the sort of bowler that will chip bits off you, Archer, because he hurries you there. Look, just chipped a rib. Set a bowling machine at 80 mile an hour and suddenly he just comes out at 90. Just late on it. It's going to hurt a few. Well, all the talk before the Test match was about Archer coming in and going at Smith and roughing him up a bit. How would he play the extra pace? His stats against pace, unsurprisingly, excellent. Smith will keep the strike. 120 for 5. Hour gone. Time for a drink.
What a quality delivery.
So a view of the grandstand from the new Warner stands, named after Sir Pelham, Plum Warner. Would he be approved? Would he approve of events this morning? Steve Smith into his stride very quickly. A couple of punches through the offside. Well, it's either a very good delivery and a very good leave, or somewhere in between. That's a good catch. Rory Burns very low. Wade, the victim, going for 6. That left Smith and Payne together. It is extraordinary how he does that. In swinger from Stuart Broad, aimed at the stumps, flicked away for 1. So near, yet so far. So the score at the moment, 125. Smith has moved on to 33. 40 runs added this morning, 1 wicket going down. That is Matthew Wade. Australia still behind by 138. But, just inching their way up there. Conditions, well, bright sunny skies first thing this morning, a bit more overcast now, still very high, the clouds. Little bits of blue showing through. How did you get him out? He has played and missed a couple of times this morning. One big waft actually at Jofra Archer, which you could say was un-Smith-like, but would have been brought on by that extra pace. So 120 for 5, 51 overs into this innings. Drinks finished, leisurely pace. And Chris Wales. Nursery ends. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 31 his figures so far. England still chasing wickets. Goes through low, but there is just that little bit of movement. Just watch this here. hits the seam and goes. So certainly playing at it, not following it, not pushing the bat out of the ball as it moved. And of course it goes through very low, bounces what, about a metre in front of Johnny Bairstow anyway, 2 metres. How many times has he done that already in the series? How many more times will he do it? The shuffle across, gets himself onto and just outside off stumps. The straight ball is just worked away around behind square for one, very safely.
Genuine leaves, Steve Smith, in this innings, 39%. In his career, genuine leaves 21%, so that would suggest that England perhaps haven't just been straight enough or full enough. Full might be the key. With that setup that he's got, you'd think that the ballers have got to get fuller. Outside off stump, and then there'd be that natural variation. Just a tad short, I would say.
Well, that's come the other way up the hill. Not out is the original response. Root not really offering any signs of reviewing this. Tempting though it is to try and earn yourself another wicket. Yeah, top of the pad. Well, that's a good ball. This is a great over, actually. Very, very fine over. Has been a very fine over. 1 run from it. 121.5. So see the difference. That seam perfectly upright. Zips away off the pitch, proving there is life still there for those that get the seam in the right place. You can argue it's just a little bit too short again, because it does so much that it's a long way away from the outside edge by the time it goes past. But a couple going away. Bit of variable bounce, a couple coming back in. This is the one that came back up the hill from just a bit short of a length, really, to be honest, and just going over the top by a couple of inches. So Joe Root right to give that reaction, and right not to review it. Every time you see all this movement, you couple, one going away and low, one going away and high, one coming back up like that. Just want to get the ball left that little bit fuller. That's a good length. It's a good reaction too. It's a good length. It's a good ball.
Now this is a slower delivery. It's 76 miles an hour. That's different.
Very cleverly bowled. But of course the trouble with letting the, let's call it a knuckleball out and taking the pace off it, is that even if you confuse the batsman, and obviously Smith hadn't quite read the pace, find the edge, and there's no pace left to get it into the hands of people behind the stumps, unless you have a prearranged signal, in which case they come up 5 yards. In which case the non-striker is entitled to stop things and say, excuse me, but something's afoot. Trying the Yorker now. Trying the full range of deliveries. Didn't quite get the radar right on this one. Worth a go. Everyone knows that Steve Smith is a shuffler, goes across onto off stump. And a genuine lead. So that previous ball, if Archer had, say, got it directly at leg stump, no guarantees that Smith wouldn't have got something on it. It's one of those tactics that people have mentioned, you know, given that so much of the attack is at, say, 4th or 5th stump. Yeah, just going back to that Yorker. The line comes out, the radar is wrong, so the line comes out wrong. But if you can imagine base of leg stump as the target there, definitely comes into the category of worth a go. Genuine play and miss. So 6 very different deliveries in the over. It turns out to be a maiden, 121 for 5. Scramble scene. That's the frustration. Get one past him. It's cleanly past him. I'm afraid he's still there. So since the drinks, we've had a good over from Wokes, good over from Archer. Sun's now beating down again.
Just looking at this previous over, it was a good over from Chris Wokes. I just want to check the length. That's too short. If he can get fuller than that, short again, that's easy. Delivery is the one. Just get it a tad fuller.
Yeah, I think your point is spot on. But, and we've said it over the years about all sorts of different bowlers. When there's that bit of movement. We've talked about this guy, especially this year, pushing the ball noticeably fuller. Might be half a metre or so, but it's just enough to make a difference to get batsmen coming forward. And if the edge, or if the ball moves, it brings the edge into play as opposed to the empty air just outside the edge. To us up here anyway, it doesn't matter if you get a ball like that which is fuller and is defended, because you again just drag it back a tiny bit. If that moves, you'll get a reward. If it doesn't move, fine. Batsman is entitled to defend. That's the name of the game. But if you look at a lot of Stuart Broad's wickets in this series alone, you know, especially against Warner, for instance, he's beaten him with movement from that full length. That's the. I mean, I think we'd agree up here. That's a good length to have, whether it's Payne or Smith, have them coming forward to the ball. And then if there's movement, it's a different ball game.
Well, on this pitch, the back of a length is very easy to play and tuck into the leg side. I think that's a great length. Just sit in there. A natural variation, a little bit wider. It's the length.
Well, it's an edge. He's found the edge eventually. It's an inside edge, though, and the inside edge has somehow avoided the stumps as well. So a suspicious look from the batsman. But you had 2. I think that's fine. That was Jack Leach, whose role in this Australian innings so far has been long leg to long leg. Bit of mid-off. Oh, there we go again. That's a great length. Single. Finishes off the over. Good over again. 126 for 5. Well, Australia chipping away at this lead at the moment. 178 behind at the start of the day, 132 runs behind now. Just the 1 wicket going down today. But nervy moments over the last, 20 minutes or so since the drinks. 15 minutes or so since the drinks were completed and play restarted. But against Wokes and Archer, been a lot of uncertainty out there. It's one of those passages of play where batsmen just have to try and battle through as best they can. Keepers 2.
Different fielding substitute for England. Dan Lincoln was here yesterday. He's keeping goal for Bognor Regis Town today. Isthmian League. Good cricketer. And the netter.
Bounces short. It's good bowling, it's a good line, it's a good length. Soft hands from Tim Payne, gets the ball going down.
You have to say he plays this pretty well if he plays it softly. It's 90 miles an hour. Dropped short.
That's one variety we haven't tried so far. Completely unconcerned. Imagine some people playing their first test match might be a sort of just a touch embarrassed by that. No. Gets it through all right. Pinned it away, but it's into the gap. Had 3 slips and the gully, and the usual gap between them all. Didn't control it, but got it just wide of the slips, wide of the gully. Might not have carried even if there had been a man there. It's good aggressive bowling. 127 for 5. Always know a batsman's in some trouble when the bottom hand comes off the bat, but actually he did pretty well in the end, Tim Payne, because he managed to get both the bottom hand off the bat, managed to get it into the gap. As I say, even if there'd been a man on that line, it wouldn't have carried to him. So Tim Payne keeps the strike. 13 runs to his name from 38 balls. Been batting for just under 50 minutes. Been a struggle. Has been a struggle. Signs that we might see some left arm spin in the not too distant future. That ball is still wobbling as it goes past the batsman, causing problems for Johnny Bairstow. Back to the conversation on length. Compare Woakes and Broad. These are Chris Woakes' length. We were talking about that just now. It has just gone a bit fuller in that last over or so. And Broad, in general terms, to the right-handers, so same equation, has been fuller. I think we agree up here that's the way to go. That's the way to pick up the wickets under these sorts of conditions. Even if now and again you run the risk of the ball being either defended easily or driven. Wickets are the key. Hammered away. Despairing dive, not enough to get a hand on it at cover. But it's a great shot. Great shot, given that the pressure has been on for the last half hour or so, just under, since the drinks. Suddenly one is short and wide, presents the opportunity. But if you've been defending so resolutely for that time, sometimes you miss out on the opportunity, but not Tim Payne.
Poor delivery. Sit in that full length for a long time. More freebies.
Well, good running. Went straight away, and there are overthrows. Chase is on in the deep, and the dive is there, and well done. So the damage slightly limited. The throw had to come in. Butler on the boundary there doing great work. It was worth the throw at the stumps, but it was a well-run single. So this is a pretty good pickup. Slightly off balance from Stokes. Slightly off target as well. And Jofra, you've got to back up. Backed up now. Rory Burns out of slip into square leg. 134 for 5. Looking rather good today, as Lords. A little bit of help from the hill. How many times have we talked about the way this ball continues to swing, or in fact swings even more as it goes past the batsman? It's a nightmare for keepers here at Lords. First of all, that is wide of off stump. So you can understand poor old Johnny Bairstow has to take a step to his right, because this is almost a one-day wide, if you think about it that way. Not quite. So he's taking that step to his right, then the ball starts to swing again the other way. It is a nightmare. Make a note of that one. Went straight through. Nice height. No wobble. Bliss. Absolute bliss. Fine shots. It's well bowled. Well bowled, but well defended. Remember, it's Stephen Smith. 35 not out, 135 for 5. So 135 for 5 in this Australian innings so far. It's been an exclusive diet of seam bowling, but that's going to change right now. Jack Leach just collaborating with Joe Root as they decide what field to set. Payne's going to be up the other end, and in the commentary box, Kumar, Sangakkara, Ian Both.
Thanks, David. be interested to see. This pitch is dry. Kumar, we both know that. You were out there yesterday. It's not going to be anything but drier. So he should get some purchase, but not just out of the rough, but off the wicket as well.
Yeah, I think this is the perfect end for him to bowl from, the nursery end with the slope. Any little turn that he gets out of the pitch is accentuated, is magnified. Not a huge amount of rough for the right-hander, for Leach to work with, but about time, I think. There was a change. Pace and pace and pace, and now it's spin.
Start. Just wonder if that first slip is just a little fine.
He's fine, maybe because of the amount of turn Leach gets. It's not going to be huge. Probably position himself to one that just beats the keeper's glove. There's also no short leg, which is also interesting to see, where taken out a mode of dismissal, maybe to give Leach some confidence to get into the game, and then maybe once he settles in, get someone in there.
Sort of works both ways though, doesn't it? Because if you have him in there and the batsman's not sure what the bowler's going to do, how much he's going to turn it, that might be when that man comes into play. So it's works both ways.
I mean, ideally, when you want as captain the bowler to control his field, how many fielders do you want in place as you're trying to dismiss the batsman? And the rest the captain can play with and use however he sees fit. But your slip, short leg, if you're adamant that that's an opportunity for you, they need to be in there right from the start. Do you think it could also be the fact that it's a low-scoring game? 258, England 135, Australia 135 for 5 at the moment. Try to get a cheap wicket, save as many runs as possible while doing it.
Leach starts with a maiden, 135 for 5, and Nass down at third man.
Yeah, Steve Smith again. I think you have to change your plans within an over. Sometimes England stick to a plan. He's a machine that knows what's coming. In that Archer over a couple of overs ago, watch how he changed his plan throughout the over. Short ball. Steve Smith's now thinking, are they coming at me with bumpers? He's hanging back, so they bowl knuckleball, a full knuckle delivery. Now Steve Smith's thinking, what was that? They've suddenly gone full at me. What's their plan? Is it short? Is it full? Is it knuckleball? Then leg stump Yorker. Now he's thinking, right, I've got to keep my leg left leg in line because they're going leg stump Yorker. The very next delivery, watch his left leg. He's thinking Yorker, leg stump. He keeps it in line. Archer then changes the plan again and goes outside off. And now he's reacting as if to say, what's coming at me now in this over? If you stick with one plan, the machine does not malfunction. He knows what's coming and he copes with it. I think you have to give the bowler a bit of leeway to say, go for it, mix it up, make that machine malfunction.
Yeah, and the other problem for the bowler is that if you do that, and that's, I agree with you entirely, because you have that Ben Stokes into the attack. But the thing that he does as well, as you say, he adjusts. But if you, the bowler, keeps on changing around, then try and stay one step ahead of him. But I think we don't see many Yorkers at Bolton. One slower ball, which caused him a problem. You know, he leaves the ball well most of the time, but when he's not quite certain, he's not happy, and he's not sitting in that comfort zone, mess around with him a bit. See if you can make him start thinking out of the box.
Yeah. It's always that balance, isn't it, between, I think in the last test, a few commentators said we haven't stuck to the plan long enough. Bowlers suddenly change. So it's a balance between that and actually having a gut feel as a bowler. Give your bowler a gut feel of what he wants to do. And I think Michael Atherton was speaking to Mike Brearley, someone you obviously know well, about Steve Smith, and says for all his movement, Steve Smith, surely a slower ball or a knuckle ball or something
If he's moving that much, a slower ball might deceive him, and that knuckleball nearly did.
It's an easy couple, but going back to yesterday with all the plans, I wasn't really too taken up with England's plan of just trying to dot him up, especially with England needing a breakthrough, low-scoring game. I'd have much rather Steve Smith, you know, letting him access it offside, hit a few boundaries, keep the ball really full and up to him in conditions that suit the ball to try and get him out. I think the longer you keep him out there, the pressure's always on the bowler to try and keep, you know, bowling different deliveries, trying to keep a step ahead. But when the conditions are in your favor, use them as much as possible.
Yeah, in the World Cup, he used the Yorker and the slower ball quite a bit, and to a great effect. Yet here, Smithy's bowled in one slower ball, one attempted Yorker. And I just think that all the seamers should think about that, especially Ben Stokes, who has that knack of getting the ball to go away from the right-hander. Full, and who knows, just try one. You've got a leg slip as well.
Nothing really phases him with the attack that England has, the four-seam attack. Would it be Jofra Archer's job to really hold his line and length, or you just give a free hand and say, just bowl what you want, use all your skill, all your guile, all your variations, and just get us wickets?
I think if you can bowl 90+ miles an hour, do what you want, because I think, why not? Batsman, if you don't know, you haven't made your mind up until you're about to deliver the ball. Batsman doesn't know.
Joe.
138 for 5. Interested to see how Smith plays Jack Leach, whether he looks still 20 odd minutes till lunch, 2 minutes or so, but he's there, he's hung in there again. 38, 98. Tim Payne with him, 20 from 51. So you've got to fancy yourself with the players to come in, Siddle, Hazelwood and Lyon. So you think if you get a wicket, you're opening up an end.
If they do come in, they did a brilliant job at Edgbaston. Just because Stephen Smith was there, so just hung in there and tried to build a partnership with him and stay there for as long as possible, allowed Stephen Smith to score the run. Siddle did a brilliant job as well. But you're right, this is a really crucial moment. England are to press ahead and try and win this match. They need to get rid of Stephen Smith. He has the ability to rally the tail and keep batting and adjust the situation so well that he can still challenge England's first innings total with the tail. Against left-arm orthodox Beefy, a slight drop in average.
We're about to find out.
It does make for interesting reading. I mean, it is a significant drop in terms of average if you just look at the numbers again. Right arm pace, left arm pace, off break, leg break almost at 50, but it's just that left arm spin that's got him dropping under 35, which is significant for Stephen Smith.
It's in this field results in 3 runs. Do you think that might be those numbers? Just have a look at this misfield, which I'm sure Stuart Broad won't want to see again. Well, that's 1-0, isn't it? It's in the back of the net.
At the same time, I mean, if you want to try and get Smith out, you need him on strike all the time. Managed to get off strike with the 3. Leach will be disappointed, so will be Root. really well bowled. Inside edge onto that front pad. Getting one going back up the slope. He's bowling well. Slow. Good flight. It's getting a bit of drift as well. Tim Payne, his legs going slightly too far across at the moment. It's not a huge amount of turns, so you can just concentrate on playing each with the bat. Bat well in front of the front pad.
That's another good over there from him. 141 for 5. 20 overs now. England have one eye on the fact that 60 overs have been completed. New ball in 20. Magic. Time for a bit of magic from Ben Stokes. If you're an England supporter. Good running.
Very good. We saw Stoke Broad misfield one earlier on to Jack Leach. Fielding has become so important, backing up your ball and keeping the pressure on the batsman, not allowing them to rotate strike, stopping good shots. I think that's all you need to bowl, that one delivery extra to keep him on strike.
He's actually timed it perfectly, but it's good enough, I think. 4. It is 4. I don't mind that though, in playing that shot. You feel you've got a chance, get a bit of movement.
And cover driving off the back foot the West Indian way. He watches the ball so closely, his head still goes towards the ball even though it's on that back foot. That would have been much better, that length, getting him to drive from those positions when the ball was swinging around, was nipping. He's got his eye in now.
Strange shot. I don't think it was ever short enough to pull. Joe Root's just asking the question. 3. No, not going with it, I don't think. Well, it'd be interesting to see this because it's not that short. He tries to pull it. Too high. Wasn't there to pull.
No, not at all. It's instinctive with Tim Payne and Edgbaston. England got him accidentally caught at deep square leg because I don't think Rory Burns was supposed to be at deep square leg. He was supposed to come up. He forgot. And Payne pivoted and guided one straight into his hands.
With 48.5, 61 overs gone. On 48. 20. Partnership with 46 now. Closer than I thought, I have to say.
Oh yeah.
But it just didn't look right, the shot. Nick Oxley is the sub for England. Stuart Broad slipping off the field.
You can see that Stephen Smith's focusing really hard on, taking a big stride forward. I've been spoken about. Stephen Smith and left arm spin, which has been very good, very accurate. Stephen Smith a little bit more fidgety now.
He's hit it. Quite going to go all the way for 6, but it does go for 4. And that's his 50. Moves on to 52. 107 deliveries, and that was his 6th 4th.
He just keeps going, does he? Pressure does not matter to Stephen Smith. Left arm spin. That doesn't work either. Well, so far, Stephen Smith, 52 of 107. It's been excellent again.
A little bit of turn there.
Just like the way Stephen Smith plays spin, he balances defense and attack. He's not afraid of taking the field on. Surprises the bowler once in a while by going big. That way, Stephen Smith tries to stay in control and dictate terms.
That last delivery, turn and bounce, 152.5.
Another excellent 50 from Stephen Smith. One thing that really struck me in this innings is the way he's read situations in the game. When conditions favored the bowlers, he tightened up his defense, left well, struggled through. The moment the sun's out, and now it's the batsman's turn. He cuts loose. He has calculated in the moments where he takes the bowler and the fielder on. Just a complete batsman at the moment, both technically, mentally. He's in sublime form. 63.47 test average. Incredible.
Goes to that full shot again, not particularly short. I feel if he does hit it, probably the way he's playing it, it's got to go up in the air.
Yeah, that's surely a contrast with Tim Payne. That's instinctive, yes, but you've seen Stephen Smith kind of rein that in. You can talk about tactical batting, situational batting. It's as important as having a really good technique that you're in control of. Understand when to play your strokes, what kind of strokes work on a specific pitch at a specific time. understand when to tighten up, when to respect the bowling, and to kind of build a situation where you as a batsman can then start scoring runs, get that foundation right.
House here at Lord's Saturday. Quite an atmosphere actually coming into the ground. I thought it was the first day, not the fourth day. Causing a few problems in Stokes. Shot for no runs. They've gone 154 for 5, and time to nip down to third man. Mikey.
And we're going to nip down to Steve Smith again. It's all about Stephen Smith. Now we're talking about where you should be bowling to Stephen Smith and where you should not be bowling to Stephen Smith. Have a look at the balls that are hitting Stephen Smith's stumps. The strike rate, 122.2. When they are missing the stumps, meaning outside off stump, that drops to 35.4. Now it's easy to say, okay, he leaves most of those. So obviously, the strike rate is going to fall. But look where he's scoring his runs. 91% of his runs on the onside between fine leg and mid-wicket. Now, if you're bowling the right length, what we saw there from Stephen Smith were those balls hitting the stumps. We'll get back to it. Every time Beefy, he was on his back foot just nurgling the ball onto the onside. If you bowl the right length, meaning full outside off stump, he can't play those shots. He can't nurgle the ball onto the onside. And if the ball is doing anything at all, you have every chance of the outside edge. It's fine to say, okay, you need variation. But what you want to do is make sure you get him out, or if he doesn't get out, he doesn't score.
Which could actually, doing that, get you his wicket.
It's coming back to that, Mike. Yesterday, when they had overcast conditions, were you happy with the lengths that England bowlers bowl? Because they kind of settled into dotting up Stephen Smith rather than bowling full.
I haven't been happy with the lengths that they have bowled to him at all. I kept on saying when I was sitting beside Bumble at third man and Bumble was on here, I kept on saying, Bumble, line is important, but length is even more important. You have got to get the ball up. He doesn't come forward and drive that regularly. If he drives, it has to be a real half volley. And you don't mind even being too full than just have him nurgling the ball onto the onside from length to distance. Let him come forward. Let him drive you. Have the three slips and the three other men on the outside. And the slow delivery that Jofra Archer bowled should have been fuller so that he was driving and having a chance of lofting it on the offside. Slow deliveries hits the outside edge, which falls shorter slip.
$154 for 5. One more over, I think. Field, short legs coming in. Man's gone out square on the hook, one just behind square on the hook, and one fine on the hook. So I think he might be bowling short, Puma.
Yeah, difficult to think what else he might do. Just a slip and the gully as well.
Too short. I think the length for him, Tim Payne, to get him pulling the ball sort of between waist and chest, but the way he hits it, I can't see how he keeps it down. It sort of goes from offside and then drops down, then sweeps up, so it can only go in the air.
It's not a full-blooded pull shot that he plays with full extension of the hands. It's almost a little helping it on its way, kind of swivel pull that can get you into trouble. Here he controlled it really well. He's got deep square leg, very square deep fine leg as well, so he wants to keep it down. Did very well, but you're right, it's almost that when he sees that length he cannot not pull.
For Steve Smith.
His mental skills, Stephen Smith, is so impressive. It's not been easy for him coming back after the suspension. Wasn't great in the World Cup. It was good from the first Ashes Test to now. His ability to struggle through the tough periods and then refocus has been astounding.
One ball to go then for the lunch break. Good pace from Stokes, 88 miles an hour. That will be lunch. 155 for 5 from 65 overs. That last delivery, 90 miles an hour. Stokes just a single from that over. This session 27.5. The reason it's 0.5, one ball was bowled last night before they came off at bad light. 75 runs scored and the 1 wicket. England is slightly disappointed with that, but having said that, Australia are still trailing by 103 runs. 2 not out batsmen, Smith No surprise there. 53 from 122 deliveries. Tim Paine 21 from 63 deliveries. Stuart Broad picking that 1 wicket up this morning. Leach getting a few overs there. 4 overs, number 7. Did well, but there you go. Smith quite rightly applauded. He's played exceptionally well again. So there you go, the 1 wicket to go. That was Wade this morning, well caught by Burns, bowling Stuart Broad for 6. This partnership now is worth 53. It is Smith not out 53, Paine not out 21.
England's bowlers have had to toil hard this morning. The sun's out, the wicket's still flat and low. Stuart Broad getting that crucial wicket of Matthew Wade, but it has been Stephen Smith, and he stood like a wall, defying all the best efforts of the England bowlers.
England put in Australia 258. Burns and Bairstow, the 2 men to go past 50. Pick of the bowl as well. Hazelwood was probably the pick of the bowlers, but Cummings and Lyon also picked up 3 wickets each. Australia in reply, 155 for 5. Steve Smith still there on 53. Tim Paine's the man batting with him, his captain, 21 not out. Australia trailed by 103 runs. Take a short break.
"23 Test hundreds. The most important for an England fan was the one at the Oval. Did you understand the enormity of the occasion?
I only understood the enormity of the occasion from the front page of one of the papers. We need one hero. And I said, I'll be that hero today.
That is out of the park.
Cricket on Sky Sports. Sponsored by Kia.
I only understood the enormity of the occasion from the front page of one of the papers. We need one hero. And I said, I'll be that hero today.
You're topping the averages, playing brilliantly for Notts, but your captain picks up your cricket case and throws it over the balcony.
Yeah, but Nasser,
why does that happen?
There were stories that he was not the greatest team player, but I didn't care about that. You know, I just wanted someone that could win games for England.
That's 6. I said to him, "Are you going to play Shane Warne?" He said, "I'm going to smack him."
It was a red Duke's ball, and we needed runs, and I bashed it.
That was when everybody in the world took notice of Kevin Pietersen.
There are certain players that just exist on a different plane altogether.
Throughout the whole of his career, Pietersen just knows how to produce magic when it matters.
By 2005, Pietersen's gamble to leave South Africa for England had paid off, and he had announced himself on the international stage in a big way.
That's it. He's got his first one-day 100.
That's a great shot. Good strike. Magnificent strike. That's miles over the boundary.
That's his 100. That is some knock.
But back in England, there were already signs that he was not going to be the easiest person to manage. Sorry, you were one of the first people in England to see a young Kevin Pietersen back in 2000. What did you make of him when you first saw him?
When he came across, he was your typical Southern Hemisphere, very tall, very athletic, very confident, some might say, verging on a little bit of arrogance. He batted 4 for us, averaged 50-odd. He wanted to bowl, he just didn't get the opportunities. His batting was impressive, yeah.
Did you find him high maintenance and hard work or not?
Yes. There were times when he ruffled feathers. Other people felt that he wasn't always playing for the team. There were times when he would play for himself. And as I said to them, yes, that's the case. But as long as he does his job, I'm happy. But yeah, there were times when it was difficult.
After helping Cannock to the Birmingham League title, Pietersen's performances attracted the attention of an old mentor.
I saw that he was now the leading run getter in the Birmingham League. And that's when I phoned him up and I said, right, I want you to come and play for me. I'm not even asking you to come on trial because I'll have you playing for England in 4 years' time.
This is the bit that really intrigues me about your career. You left here as a dodgy off-spinner who batted at number 9.
Yeah.
In the first 3 seasons for Notts, you topped the averages every single as a batsman. What did you do with your batting?
I don't know. I found it easy to bat in England. Maybe it's just talent or just some sort of a hand-eye gift, which I've never taken for granted.
Jason, you first came across Kevin in 2001. You arrived at Notts. What made his batting kick on the way it did, you think?
His hand-eye coordination, he's very tall. He had the ability to hit balls that us mere mortals could just push back. So he had this ability to strike the ball.
He wasn't going to let anything stand in his way. He was determined, he was focused. He had a work ethic that was second to none, as good as I've ever seen. So he would hit ball after ball after ball.
Not everyone was like that, though. You had a problem with the county cricket mentality where there was a comfort zone. It did get you into trouble a few times.
It did. I didn't like people earning the regular county contract and for 6 months of the year just getting hammered on a Friday night and playing on a Saturday and not putting in those extra yards of training. That just wasn't me. Because of where I've come from, because of the challenges that I've faced, I believe it is such a wasted opportunity if you're lazy.
My response to that would be that everybody's trying to get the best out of themselves from what I saw. I think some people don't get to a certain level. Kevin's level was moving all the time. Certain people don't move through the levels like Kevin could. And then that was, I can understand why you would think that, but certain people, be it local county players from all over the Shires, don't have the ability that Kevin had to keep moving.
With Kevin, a lot of the time, the better he played, the worse he behaved, and I think that started to lead to issues around the dressing room, and that people, whilst they could enormously respect his ability, if he was putting other people down at the same time, that made the relationships more difficult.
Things were getting tense in here. I think there was an occasion where Chris Cairns held him up against a wall because he refused to go out and field after batting.
That was one of the more intense moments I've seen in a cricket dressing room. 2 big blokes squaring up is, one not taking a backward step, the other not taking a backward step. Yeah, look, I think it got to a point where it was no longer manageable, and things needed to change.
You'd topping the averages, playing brilliantly for Notts, but your captain picks up your cricket case and throws it over the balcony.
Yeah, but
why does that happen?
Yeah, but that happens because it was a Nottinghamshire issue. They sacked Clive Rice. Richard Logan, my best friend, was promised another contract, and they never gave him another contract. And I just said to Notts, I'm out of here.
Kevin keeps a lot of people a small amount of people very close to him. And when two of those guys that were really close to him had gone from the club, he decided to leave as well.
We got to the last game and he basically walked around the change room and shook everyone's hands and said, right, I'm off, that's it. And I said, but you've got another year's contract to fulfil. And he's sort of like, well, I'm off anyway. And we wanted a couple of beers and Kevin's bats were all lined up and one happened to go out the window.
There were stories that he was not the greatest team player, but I didn't care about that. You know, I just wanted someone that potentially could win games for England.
After the South Africa series, Pietersen had established himself within the one-day side. He was now ready to prove his worth against England's oldest enemy.
I think he showed against the Aussies in that one-day series that led into the Ashes. He's just got a gift in a game to be able to put the opposing team under a huge amount of pressure.
You got wickets at Bristol, overshadowed slightly by another remarkable innings. We hadn't really seen an England batsman destroy Australian bowlers like that. Fair enough?
Oh, massively. He came out and played unbelievable.
That's 6. Pietersen's gone for the big one. That's sailing into the crowd. 4 more.
Serious words between Pietersen and Watson.
That was a phenomenal innings, and I think that was when everybody in the world took notice of Kevin Pietersen.
It's a monster, this one.
I remember him smacking Gillespie to all parts.
Bigger, bigger and bigger.
And 4 players, Andrew Strauss, Andrew Flintoff, Steve Harmison and Paul Collingwood, actually came and said he's got to play in the Ashes. I said, oh, I think he may just get that nod.
Kevin Pietersen's the hero for England. 91 not out. England home by 3 wickets.
That win at Bristol was unbelievable. And I remember having a conversation with him, this is honest truth. The conversation went, right, you've done well in South Africa, done well in the one-days, you're going to be playing in the Ashes. He said, yeah. So I said to him, are you going to play Shane Warne? He said, I'm going to smack him. That was the answer. I said, hang on a minute, what do you mean you're going to smack him? Nobody's done that ever. He goes, when he bowls at me, I'm taking it to him. He might get me out, but I'm not letting him feel comfortable bowling at me.
From what I'd seen in that one-day series, I thought there was a special level of talent there, an ability that you simply couldn't ignore. And also the way that he was playing, which was super aggressive.
You know, we had players that could play and we had players that could be really hard to play against, but we didn't have many players that really sent a shiver down the opposing team, and Kevin straight away just had that kind of mindset.
Your Ashes debut, your debut for England. Did you feel ready for Test match cricket?
I thought with the hostility of what the Ashes presented, I'd conquered that against South Africa in the one-day series before, so I wasn't afraid of a battle.
It's going to be one of the biggest occasions of my sporting career so far.
I wasn't afraid of the Australians.
It's just a case of keeping things simple, knowing that it's a game of cricket, and that's what has stood me in good stead.
I wasn't afraid of any of the previous history between Australia and England.
For me to succeed is to keep things simple and to make sure that I watch the red ball and players I've been playing.
I thought that I had what it took to give that a good go.
Varney had had a lot of success against Australia, so didn't buy into this whole thing that they were better than us. All the meetings were about going out, being aggressive, taking the game to them, not taking a backward step, almost standing up to bullies. That was kind of the messaging. And, you know, in a lot of ways, there was no one that embodied that better than KP.
Welcome to Lord's Cricket Ground in London for the first day of the first Ashes Test match between England and Australia.
What do you feel like that first morning at Lord's?
Opening day of Lord's, the crowd at Lord's, the long room at Lord's. I mean, I was just trying to take all this stuff in. They batted first, and I think I got 50 or 60 the next day.
You say you got 50 or 60. It wasn't the runs you got, it was the way that you got them.
That's hit very hard indeed. Can Gillespie get across to cut that off? The answer's no.
We played poorly at Lord's, the whole team, apart from Kev. You know, he's on debut. You know, we're struggling, and all of a sudden he walks out there and he just looks like he's playing in the park. and he toyed with Glenn McGrath. Again, I've not seen that from an England player.
That's a massive hit up in the air. Straight into the members in the pavilion. That's woken a few up.
What makes you think I can put Glenn McGrath back over his head into the pavilion?
See ball, hit ball, Nas. I just whacked it. And I know people say, Glenn McGrath, Glenn McGrath, Glenn McGrath. Well, it wasn't Glenn McGrath. It was a red Dukes ball, and we needed runs, and I bashed it.
What is the dressing room thinking?
I know what I was thinking. I was gobsmacked. I was 22 yards away. I was at the other end when he did it.
McGrath had a brilliant record at Lords. I don't know, he averaged 10 or something, and he used to bowl from that pavilion end, and he'd hit a nagging length, and he would pin people to the crease. And Pietersen was kind of taking a massive stride, whereas everybody else with low hands and a low backlift was getting pinned. So it was just that ability that struck me straight away there, and I thought, yeah, this guy's going to be all right.
Well, McGrath's not enjoying this. And 50 for Kevin Pietersen in his very first Test match innings. It's been quite an innings too.
Even though we lost that game pretty badly, it was a good demonstration to all of us that actually, if you do take the game to Australia, they could run out of ideas pretty quickly.
Do you understand the reaction, though? Hold on, if Kevin can do this, maybe some of us should have that attitude as well.
I know that it was a team effort, and Michael Vaughan and Duncan Fletcher took it to us and said, guys, if we're going to go down, let's go down swinging. And the guys did that. Next Test match, first morning, Trescothick and Strauss, magnificent.
That's the 20th boundary of the morning.
Took Australia for a 408 on day one.
Oh, that's a big blow.
Me and Freddie went to town for a session, and we had a lot of fun with it.
Well, that's outrageous. Well, it could have been Vivian Richards, this.
And I think that's been what I've done throughout my career. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to go down my way, on and off the field.
"23 Test hundreds. The most important for an England fan was the one at the Oval.
Yeah.
I mean, England were desperate to win that Ashes series. It was the greatest series of all time. That last day at the Oval, tell me what you were thinking, what you were feeling. Did you understand the enormity of the occasion?
I only understood the enormity of the occasion from the front page of one of the papers. We need one hero. And I said, I'll be that hero today. The thing that helped me the most in that innings was Vaughan and Bell got out in consecutive balls.
First ball, what a twist in this game.
So the enormity of the situation didn't have time to sit with me while I waited to bat. So Vaughan went, Bell went. It was just put your pads on and go.
You can sense it, you can taste it, you can smell it, you can feel it. England now 67 for 3. McGrath on a hat-trick. New batsman, Kevin Pietersen. Oh, it's a sharp ball. Massive catch.
I heard the massive roar. I thought, he's gone. Can't believe it, hat-trick. And then I looked up at the screen and Billy Bowden, I think it was, and he went not out, and it come off his shoulder.
Shake of the head. Shake of the head. It's not out. It's off the body.
Great decision. I could have completely understood if the umpire had given it out with the emotions of the day.
To watch the way things unfolded on that final day, it's just extraordinary. You know, I still can't quite believe it played out the way it did.
Sorry, he's nicked it. That's a drop. It's come off the keeper, I think.
I was dropped twice. Fortune favours the brave on occasions. You've got to take the opportunities. You've got to work hard and be driven, but you've also got to be lucky along the way.
The other thing that seemed to help you was lunch, actually, because Brett Lee was just steaming in at you. He hit you.
I sat at lunch with this ice pack on there, just literally, he just crunched me. His body went 96, 97 mile an hour. I got hit so hard.
Kev's in the corner and he goes, Skip, can I have a word? So after I says, yeah, what's your problem? In his eyes, he looked petrified. And he goes, I don't know how to play it. So I just went, well, how have you played all series? He said, well, I've been aggressive. He said, I said, get out there. I said, just give us half an hour. Give us half an hour of aggression, take them on.
It's in the air, that has gone a long way in the air. That's Kevin Pietersen's 50th. Valuable runs.
I have to admit, the first 10 minutes after lunch, I'm sat on that balcony going, oh my word, what have I said? But I think it released him to go out and just play.
It's in the air, but it's gone a long way again.
We're sitting in the balcony going, oh, what's he doing that for? Why is he playing that? Kevin didn't believe in that. Kevin went for it.
He was a young player without any fear, without any mental baggage, and wanted to take the game to Australia.
And half an hour later, probably 40 minutes, we'd scored 40 or 50 runs.
That's it. The arms are aloft. Ball through extra cover signals Kevin Pietersen's first Test 100. What a performance. This could yet be the biggest day of his career.
I think it just illustrated the incredible ability he had. You know, there are certain players that just exist on a different plane altogether. To hook Brett Lee for 6 consistently when he was bowling 95 miles an hour, to be able to smash Shane Warne around when he was turning around corners, you know, those are things that ordinary mortals can't do.
Throughout the whole of his career, Pietersen just knows how to produce magic when it matters.
The Ashes are heading England's way.
His utter self-belief was what got him into a position to draw that Test match, save that Test match, which won us the series.
England have regained the Ashes at the Oval September the 12th, 2005.
Do you think you'd won the Ashes without Pietersen that year?
I don't think we would. No, I don't think we would. We might have, because we might have caught our catches better, because he dropped 6 catches, and we took the mickey out of him for it. So we might have got the Australians a bit cheaper if Kev could catch it, but hey, I'd rather have had him in my team scoring the runs.
College old boy wins the Ashes. I'm guessing there's only one college old boy that's won the Ashes, Kev.
Yeah.
What was it like playing in that series?
It was amazing. It was the start of a Test career which went from strength to strength. Yeah, this shirt was worn with immense pride, and I don't know if it was worn on day 5. That's beautiful.
The Brett Lee bumper under the ribs, the little mark in there, no?
There has to be. But it would have been worn through at some stage in the series, and yeah, it brings back wonderful memories. It does.
You win the Ashes, your life changes that moment, doesn't it? Did you feel that change in your life?
Yeah, I did. It was rabbits and headlights. It was just, I mean, everything changed. But I was always afraid of a few things. I was afraid of the media. But at the age of 25, when my life did change, Jesus, I liked those bright lights for a while.
It was obviously a very public celebration, open-top bus, etc. But behind the scenes, you get the MBE, and your mum and dad are there. And I've heard your mum and dad talk about it. That was one of the best days of their lives, going to Buckingham Palace, meeting the Queen, etc.
It was one of the best days of my life.
Yeah.
It's truly humbling. I mean, it's breathtaking. Like, to think that I've come from Pietermaritzburg and I walk around and I can chuck an MBE next to my name. It's a case of me making the best decision of my life 6 years ago, in terms of coming over here to fulfill my ambition, to fulfill my dream, and in playing international cricket and being hopefully one of the best players in the world.
With the Ashes urn finally back in their hands, England had now stumbled across a seriously talented cricketer. But it wasn't long before problems started mounting.
Those text messages, that hurt me.
From Moores through to Taylor, Strauss, Pryor, Flower. At some stage you not think it could be me, Kev?
I don't think he should have played for England again.
a drive.
Enjoy a day with us here at Lords. Just a reminder of the ground regulation of please stay off the playing area at all times. Anybody ignoring this reasonable request is liable to fines and prosecution under the Public Order Act. Sure appreciate these measures are in place for the safety of everyone, particular players and match officials. Spectators shall not engage in any conduct or act towards any player, match official or other spectator in a manner which offends, insults, intimidates or threatens that person on grounds of any form of discrimination. Have a great day with us here at Lords, session 2, about to get underway.
Cricket on Sky Sports. Sponsored by Kia.
Oh, what a sight that was. Smith and Payne stroll down the stairs through the long room to one of the great cricket grounds there is in the world. An iconic day as well. Saturday of an Ashes Test match at Lords. One of the great batsmen in world cricket adorns this stage. He's still there. Stephen Smith, 53 not out. Australia trail by 103. England are halfway through the Aussie batting lineup. Broad has been excellent. He has 3 wickets. Still plenty of time left in the game. Still 71 overs left today, 98 possible tomorrow. Both sides searching for a first innings lead. Shane Warne, who you're hitting them with? Don't worry about what they're doing. What would you do?
Yeah, afternoon, Nas. G'day, everyone. Yeah, Broad's been probably the pick of the faster bowlers. I thought Jack Leach bowled pretty well just before the lunch break. I wouldn't have mind seeing him have a little bit of a bowl and keep going. Well, there's a little bit of turn there. I would have liked to see pace and spin. I think is always a nice start. There's only 15 overs to the new ball, so it'll only be a short burst from the quickies, but I would have liked to see Jack Leach definitely bowl from one end, and I would have thought it would have been this end that Stuart Broad's bowling from, so I assume that he's probably not going to bowl. They might hit him with pace, Archer and Broad, for a little burst and then go to spin before the new ball. Right, Nas Broad's been the pick with 3 wickets. He's bowled well. Steve Smith, though, 53 off 122 balls. Australia's still 103 runs behind, so he'd still rather probably be in the England dressing room than the Australians. But if Australia can get up towards the score of what England made in the first innings, then it's really only one side that could win. That's Australia. Big half an hour right here. They've got to get Steve Smith. They've got to find a way to get Steve Smith out.
Or toss and he misses out. Tim Payne. That was a real loosener.
Yeah, misses out here. What a way to start that would have been. Yeah, just thinking of the game situation, you think that if England can get a couple of wickets going with a lead, then they're right in the box seat. But if Australia can get up to the score of England or just past them, then it's England nearly can't win the game. So it's only Australia that could win the game. That third innings becomes a bit of a tough one. Can't really achieve too much.
No, just going down the slope.
Would you have started with spin, Nas? Would you have seen Leach at this end?
I think I would have done. A couple just spun. Virtually the last ball before lunch spun big for Leach. 65 overs gone, day 4, albeit day 3 pitch because of the amount of rain we've had. But it is dry. You don't bowl him now. He was brought in because of Steve Smith and his stats against left arm spin. Smith is in, 65 overs. New ball due in 14 and a bit. Bowl him now. Could bowl at the pavilion end. Wonder why though, because Broad has bowled well at that pavilion end.
With a left arm spinner, this is the end to bowl. With the slope, everything's accentuated. It turns a little bit more, and also you get a bit of natural variation where one can just go straight on. Where I think if you bowl from the pavilion end as a left arm spinner, everything comes into the pad. You've got to really tweak one to get it past the bat. Generally, it just comes into the pads, and that's where you don't want to bowl there to Steve Smith or Payne. It's a lot easier. So this is the end that Broad's bowling from for the left arm spinner or the spinner that takes the ball away from the right-hander.
Yeah, your point's a good one about scores getting level and then possibly Australia are the side that could only win the game. Go back to that game in 2006 in Adelaide, completely different looking scorecard, but if the scores do get level, that third innings the side doesn't quite know whether to stick or twist. Shane Warne 4 for 49. England were going nowhere. I think they got 129 in about 60 overs. And then Australia were the only side who could win it, so that third innings becomes tricky. No such thing as a tricky innings at the moment for Steve Smith. Yet another 4 down the ground.
I still think there's a few twists in this game, Nats, like you say. I think it's going to be a good one. Once again, Smith, just a fraction over pitch. He's so good at anything that resembles a bad ball, whether you're a little bit wide, a little bit short, a fraction full. And this is why he's so good. He puts so much pressure back onto the bowler. He just hits it for 4. Just a terrific player, Steve Smith. Probably the first big, if you had to beat a batsman from anywhere in the world to play Test cricket, Steve Smith would be it.
You just lost half your Indian Twitter followers, Shane. 160 for 5. I just want to clear that up. You would choose Steve Smith ahead of Virat Kohli in Test match cricket. Silence.
Well, they look at his record there, Steve Smith. His conversion rate is very good, 25 50s and 25 100s. And you think those first 5 or 6 Test matches he played was probably as a number 7, 8, 9 batsman bowling leg spin. And just to answer your question, I think Virat Kohli for me is the best all-round player in all forms of the game. If you had one batsman to choose to play in all forms of the game, I'd pick Virat Kohli. But I think if I'm picking one batsman just to play in Test cricket, I think I'd have to go for Steve Smith. I think his record does it justice. I think he's just hard to get out. You can't find a weakness. I can't think of one bowler I've seen with Steve Smith that's had the wood on him, or he's got him out a few more times than anyone else, a particular way. So yeah, it's tough to pick. Pace from both ends.
Yeah, we were debating whether it'd be a change of ends for Leach. We didn't think it would be the case. Archer bowled a nice little spell from that far end with lots of variation, bumpers and knuckleballs. So he's going to go again.
Would you agree with that, Nas, about Virat Kohli in all forms? And if you had to pick a Test player, you'd pick Steve Smith?
I would, 100%. I mean, Kohli got what, his 42nd, 3rd one-day 100 the other day. Just looking in Benedict's direction. .43rd one-day 100 the other day, which is remarkable. We worked out in the last 2 or 3 years he scored 100 virtually every month in some format or the other. So yep, across all formats, Kohli, possibly in Test cricket. Smith, I'll tell you what, Kohli played well here last summer, put his ego away. And he advised the Australians at the last time he was down under. He said, if you go to England, put your ego away against a moving ball. You got good cricket brain, you got a decent statistical brain. Steve Smith was what, 63, something like that? What's Kohli's average in Test cricket? We're just about to put it up. What do you reckon it is?
Oh, he's somewhere around that, just under 60, maybe high 50s, I'd say.
Let's have a look. Computer says 53.
High. 50. Still one of them. They're both great records. I think the way Virat Kohli goes about it, I think, is what we all like watching too. I always thought that Viv Richards was the greatest batsman I saw. But I think in one-day cricket, I think Virat Kohli could nearly go to the top as saying he's the best one-day player that's ever played. I know it's hard to compare eras, it really is, but just his stats, yeah, 43 one-day hundreds. I think he's got 25, maybe 26 chasing, somewhere around that. When you're chasing those big scores these days, 350, the pressure to go out there and get it done and make 24, 25 hundreds chasing was amazing. But that guy there, he was still the best I've ever saw.
Yeah, I speak to a lot of them. Say Viv Richards was the greatest they'd ever seen. Obviously Bradman from a while ago, Tendulkar.
I think, you know, as cricketers, Nas, we talk to some of the ex-players, the bowlers that bowled against Viv Richards, some of the people that watched him play, and I think just about everyone you speak to says Viv Richards was the best. Bowlers feared bowling to him. Batsmen wanted to play like him. It's Viv Richards' record, 121 tests, average 50, 24 hundreds.
Oh, short leg. Yep, the net back up. We've been saying that he is vulnerable to that with a short leg in. Good planning from England. Good execution from Archer.
Yeah, good captaincy with the bat pad in there. Excellent bowling, relentless there from Archer, just hammering it away in a length. A little nip back it down the hill, and once again, Tim Payne looks good, but only makes a 20. Nothing of substance. Excellent delivery, good catch. Nice, simple one there for bat pad in the air for a while. Thank you very much, Joss Butler says, and England strike. They needed a strike after lunch. They did. They got the Australian captain out, Tim Payne. He's gone for 23, and Australia in a bit of trouble at 162 for 6.
Great catch, unbelievable stuff. Pat Cummins comes in at number 8, so the first of the bowlers. And as we've seen, they all bat a bit nowadays. Good planning from England. Michael Atherton earlier in the day said, you know what, I think he's vulnerable. The way he plays, get a short leg in. Root got a short leg in, and there's your result. And quite quick, that one. Good catch.
And this will be interesting, Nas. We saw Pat Cummins, is not on strike now. Broad's bowling to Smith, but it'll be interesting. There's a little bit of short bowling action to Jofra Archer, from Pat Cummins in particular. Pat Cummins can bat, though. He's a very handy lower order. He's a courageous, brave player. He can bat a long period of time. He's a very tough cricketer. This will be a good contest between Archer and Cummins. Archer tail up. Saw Cummins really go after Archer. All the Aussie bowlers went after him with a lot of short stuff. Not sure if anyone watched Welcome Back Cotter from the years ago, but he used to be Epstein, used to have something tucked into the back of his shirt like that, a little red rag. Well, Welcome Back Cotter fan, Nas? Vinnie Barbarino, John Travolta, Horshack.
Absolutely
Mr.
no
Cotter.
idea what you're talking about.
You never watched Welcome Back Cotter?
No.
Epstein
An
used
Australian thing.
No. Catch. Oh, actually went a bit quicker than we thought. Now, Welcome Back Cotter, mate. It was a cult figure show. It was a wonderful show. Epstein used to miss school and he's... Horshack, Vinnie Barbarino. Sorry, it's a cricket score. Let's get back to the cricket. Because you've got no idea what I'm talking about. I'm sure some of the viewers know a bit about Welcome Back Cotter.
Go again. You think he's an LBW candidate, you go full and straight and you go for 4.
Once again, Smith just fraction over pitch, a fraction too straight, and he punishes you. Very tough man to bowl to. Moves on to 64, Smith. 8 boundaries. Australia now 90 runs behind.
.168 for 6, Athers.
Yep, fast bowlers don't forget, do they, Nasser? I just want to remind you, Patrick Cummins to Jofra Archer in the first innings of this game. Cummins bowled 11 balls at Archer. 10 of them, I reckon, were bouncers. And of course, Patrick Cummins has just walked to the crease. Jofra Archer has the ball in hand, having just got Tim Payne out. I reckon he won't have forgotten any of these deliveries. They're comparable in pace. Will they be comparable in length now?
It'll be interesting to see if he goes straight away. You might, knowing Jofra Archer, the first couple of years, you might just give him one to say, you better stop that to me. And then he might hover around that off stump. I'm not sure, but I think he might give him one first up. What do you think, Nas? I'm going for a short one first up.
Field set for short stuff.
Yeah,
Cummins is remembering the short stuff he dished out. He's expecting it short. Wouldn't mind a little full knuckleball, actually. Cummins will be hanging back. We shall see. Squirted away. What Cummins wants now is 3. And gets up the other end. And he'll get it.
As a tail ender, when that happens, and you just get a 3 off the first ball, it's like, oof, it's handy. Disappointed in Jofra Archer that he didn't give him one then, just say, listen, mate, enough of that short stuff to me. I've got it just as much as you have. He can bat. As I said, Pat Cummins is a terrific cricketer. Tough, courageous cricketer too, but his job now is just to hang in there as long as he can with Steve Smith.
He's gone for that knuckleball, full and straight and dipping.
It's a good one. This time he just gets it a fraction wrong, but I think it's a good ball. I haven't used it enough to Steve Smith when he first walks in. Just a couple of things. I think the tactics are right. They just haven't quite got the short one at their body short enough or full enough. Just haven't quite got that slow ball early enough to him when he first walks in. Right, Cummins is back on strike. 3 balls left in the over. The last one was 89 mile an hour. So there's no lack of pace from Archer. He's not feeling tired. He's into his 23rd over, but he's still 2 for 34. Oh, well, 9 maidens. Consistent. He's got some pace. Right, so the first ball went for 3. Surely got to be a bumper this time. Quick, nasty one.
Played through the slip cordon. And he has 7 from 2.
Oh, I think it was an attempted one. He just didn't quite get up enough. I think it was like, oh, I'll just bowl a short one at him. There wasn't enough intent there. This one might have a bit more intent. A bit of frustration. Pace was there still, 88. This one might have a bit more meaning to it.
Ducked early there, Cummins. It looks like Jack Leach is just starting to go through his looseness. I think Joe Root feels maybe got it wrong after lunch with Broad. Speed 93, good wheels. That's gone through as well. That's a good take from, no it's not, it's gone through Bairstow. It's gone all the way. And that's 4 byes. Serious wheels, 93.3 miles per hour, 180 for 6. Over Zoll, that ball, and it has whooshed through. Past Cummins, over Bairstow. Great rhythm. Eventful over, expensive over, 12 from it, and it is going to be a bit of left arm spin. Jack Leach.
Yeah, it was weird, as we said, wasn't it, that Stuart Broad started out saying pace and spin is always the best combination. Start, it's the footwork, test your rhythm. All that spin, test your footwork getting forward, and the pace of Archer. Those, speaking of pace, those last 2 deliveries, what I thought Pat Cummins might have got first up, 93 and 93.4. That was quick and nasty. Right, Leach, can he get the big one? Can he knock over Steve Smith while Australia only 78 runs behind? I don't mind the line for Jack Leach bowling to Steve Smith. I like him to try and bowl around middle stump. I don't think he wants to get too wide to Smith or too much outside leg, but just attack that middle stump on quite a full length and let Smith try and play across the line, or let him try and play some shots. You have the natural variation that goes straight on and the one that might just grip and turn that's a little bit slower. It's nice there. Smith, when he plays spin, he doesn't normally let the spinner settle. He likes to rotate the strike. He likes to get down the pitch. It's a nice start this from Leach. Good pace, only 52 mile an hour. Looks like he's in the game.
Single, which brings Cummins on strike. Cummins could well have a short leg brought in, slip and a short leg.
It's exactly what Smith does. We're just talking about those 2 balls. He gets off strike, he rotates, he doesn't let the bowler bowl ball after ball to you. Right. He's going to take your advice. He's got 1 bat pad on the onside. He's still got a deep mid-wicket. No one out on the fence on the offside. And he got 4 fielders on the offside. Odd. Here comes another one, yeah. Stuart Broad's going to come over to like a point position, I would have thought. Wouldn't mind seeing another one under his nose. Just on the offside, bat pad either side would be nice. Enough turn there for Leach. That's where England got to press home here. They've got to try and have some sort of lead. Got to try and knock over the tail, find a way quickly. Good idea for the captain to back the spinner and say, there you go, mate, let's knock the tail over.
Just going down, I think.
The other thing about having a bat pad either side to a new batsman in the tail end, it just puts a bit more pressure on the defence. Just the block shot they want to play here. We know Pat Cummins is just going to try and hang in there with Smith and get a partnership.
One from the over, 181 for 6. Michael Holding.
And surprise, surprise, Nash, it's Smith again. Looking at the lengths that the seam was bowled to Smith before lunch. If you have a look at this, look at the lengths at the bowl. 16% of the deliveries were full, which is pretty much the length that I am suggesting that they should be bowling. Since lunch, I'm not too sure if anyone had a bit of a word with them, but since lunch they have pitched a lot more deliveries up, 41% up. Yes, smaller sample size, but at least they are trying to get the ball up. But what I don't understand is why they are trying to get the ball that full now that the ball is this old. The ball went down to the boundary a few minutes ago. You're going to get that to swing? They should have been doing this a long time ago, not with that old ball. They'll soon be getting a new ball. Let's see what they do when they get the new one.
No reverse swing either with that old ball. The outfield's very lush and green. Mikey, the thing that on social media quite a bit about Steve Smith is the Yorker go full and straight. Not specifically about Smith, but they also say, has the Yorker gone out the game? Do you feel that in your era going back, obviously Garner, yourself, that footage of you, 76 at the Oval, Tony Gregg falling over? Very full Yorkers. Has it gone out the game, do you feel, in Test cricket?
A bit, I think so. Not just in Test cricket. I think it has gone out of the game even more in one-day cricket. A lot of bowlers are afraid to bowl it.
So a real flap outside off stump. Hands through the ball. 4 more.
There's just an element of disdain there, wasn't it? Off the back foot. Just through the sink and everything. It was 89 mile an hour. It was a quick delivery again from Archer, but what a shot. Starting to get in full flow here, Steve Smith. You think the Yorker can still work in all forms of the game, Mike?
All forms of the game. But the thing is, the ball has got to be swinging. If the ball isn't swinging, you have problems with the Yorker if it isn't perfect. Because a swinging Yorker, even if it turns out to be a full toss, can be a dangerous delivery. If it's not swinging and it turns out to be too full, it's gone. I think that is what a lot of the bowlers are afraid of. If the ball isn't swinging, they are desperately afraid of trying the Yorker. But even to Stephen Smith, that's not a bad delivery, but as you said, not regularly. Just every now and again you try one.
Well, Michael Holding doesn't like talking about himself, and his nickname Whispering Death, and you suggest and you think Michael Holding bounced people out, worked people over. A third of Michael Holding's wickets, roughly, were bowled. 81 now to 240. How many, Benny? 249 were bowled, and you don't get many bowls unless you pitch it up.
They had taller stumps those days, Nas.
Who out of the modern day bowlers do you think's got the best Yorker around at the world? Jofra Archer's got a pretty good Yorker.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Mitchell Starc?
Mitchell Starc is a good Yorker. Bumrah bowls a good Yorker. Who else? Rabada bowls a pretty good Yorker as well.
Yep, they're probably the best. Yep, very good. Still the best ball in if you're trying to get control or get a wicket in a one-day game. All that, the Yorker, still the best ball going around.
Too many people are afraid of conceding runs. As I've said in the past, I am happy if every over that I bowled, I got hit for 5 fours and then got a wicket. 1 for 20, who goes through their career with figures like that?
I'm with you, absolutely. I'd much rather get hit for a boundary than a single. A single really annoyed me because you had to start your plan again and again to the batsman. It's Mitchell Starc. He'll be champing at the bit to get out on the field and play. Hasn't played the first 2 Test matches. The Australian bowlers have been good. It's pretty handy to have someone the quality of Mitchell Starc in reserve.
Oh, there you go. For once, a little bit of a blow and a pain, and he looks uncomfortable. He shrugged it off already. 186 for 6. There'll be an egg that just comes up on the arm. No arm guard. That will come up. A little egg will just appear on there.
Well, this could be an important moment in the series, this. A blow from Jofra Archer on the arm.
It was 89 mile an hour, and I reckon it just missed the sweatband and everything. Hit him right on the forearm. Just be careful that's not broken. Big moment, this. Hurt. He's in a bit of pain too, Steve Smith.
Nas, you're always talking to me about how I love the horses and always talking about Newmarket. I just got a message from someone in Newmarket. They are not just horse people. I'm not going to call his name. He might not want his name mentioned. He said we forgot Malinga. Lassit Malinga. Oh, some excellent Yorkers.
A huge moment. The egg has come up. You can see it clearly. He does not want to leave the field of play.
Some of the tests they do for this to make sure your arm's okay is to move your hands. Can you get full grip, full strength from your top hand on the bat? He's a tough cricketer, Steve Smith, but he's in a bit of trouble here. He can't grip the bat properly. He's got a real issue about whether he's going to retire. Just wonder if they want a forearm guard they're signalling for. I mean, he's very animated at the best of times, Steve Smith, but you can see here he's in a bit of pain, and that egg, as you're talking about, Nass, has come right up. So it's all about this grip strength, isn't it? About whether he's got good grip strength in his hand.
Whatever the physio does, there was that great photo, West Indies tour of '89 with Gooch. Ezra Mosley hit him on the hand. Laurie Brown, the England physio, was holding it and poking it, and a great expression of pain on Gucci's face. Only way you know is with an x-ray. I'm the expert on these things. Only way you know it's broken.
What about the magic spray? I haven't seen the magic spray yet. Doesn't that fix everything? Magic spray just come out, yeah, magic spray. That's right. Well, we've seen, we're just talking about Steve Smith being animated. Have a look at some of this stuff when he leaves the ball. It's like he's being tasered. Look at this, some of this stuff. Look at this. What's he doing? Think of the old-fashioned leave. Steve Smith doesn't do anything old-fashioned. This last one where he gets hit just on the move. It looks like he's got a mattress now on the forearm. Might rebound a fine leg. I'll just help. Yes.
Now he'll check that grip. 3 tests to go. How many minutes has he batted in this series, Benny? 11 hours in the first test. Best part of 15 hours at the crease, and we're not even into the second innings of the second test. England are having a good look at him, and so are the Aussie fans. He's missed a lot of cricket in the last year for obvious reasons. He doesn't want to miss any more.
Yeah, and the other thing, that arm guard, he's probably not used to batting with one of them. He'll have to move that up, because if that's touching the glove and it ends up being part of the glove, he could be out off that too. So he's got to make sure it's moved off the sweatband.
No, he's really struggling. Just picking the bat up, he's struggling.
Broads is good from Leach. Nice pace too. Just a fraction full to the tail ender. Just needs to drag his length back just a tad. Just give it a chance to turn. Oh! Quicker one. Looks like he's trying to get Pat Cummins out LBW rather than. Looks like it's the straight one or that's the fast one. Just a fraction too quick. And look like he's trying to get Pat Cummins out. Hit him on the pad. I'd like to see him bowl a bit slower and try and get Pat Cummins driving. Just bring his length back a yard. That's better. Right, one ball to go on this over. Now Archer will want to keep, England will want to keep Steve Smith on strike and give Archer one more. Make sure there's no single, no change in the field.
That's exactly what they'll have. Smith on strike. Archer should bowl 186 for 6. Australia trail by 72, but this is a key moment not only in the game but the series. Steve Smith, how is he with that arm? You're a beefy and bumble to tell you.
Well, that's pace for you. Be like a boxer on the ropes here. He's got to get away from Archer if he can. It's all about his grip on the bat. One slip, a gully, a short leg gully. Oh, he's had a goal. And he's got a nick on it, and it's over the keeper for. Don't miss this.
This is quick as well. Top edge, but enough top edge to clear Bairstow. Just a few minutes this bumble.
The field changing again, Joe Root. It's extraordinary that Stuart Broad has come down from mid-on and reset the bails. Archer waits. The ball is now with a square leg umpire. Response from the crowd. Gone for it again. And he gets up the other end.
He was half waiting for it to Gayle. It's 94 miles an hour quicker.
Exactly the same field for Pat Cummins. Archer's into his 25th over. No ball, he's really stretching here. You both are mentioning 94 miles an hour. I reckon that's the quickest delivery in the Test series. Same again, 94 miles an hour. Like thrilling stuff is this. He's really slipping himself. It's off something. It's off something. It's a delayed appeal, crowd appeal. They don't know. They've not a clue. What do you think? Got to be... Oh!
Copy that, Alim. TV umpire to director. Player review for caught behind. The on-field decision is not out. May I start with the front foot, please? That's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. Doesn't appear to have touched anything there. Can you give me ultra edge, please? Yeah, it's missed everything completely. Flat line, big gap between the bat and the ball.
Extraordinary.
I'm satisfied. I'm going back on field to Alim. Alim, you're on screen now. Stay with your original decision of not out.
Very phlegmatic decision there from Alim Dar. It just shows you, he's a foot away from it. What have they seen? What have they heard? It's not too often at Lord's that you'd see a crowd right behind a bowler. It's his feet, I reckon. It's a third man in position and just one slip. He's absolutely charging in now. Another 94 miles an hour. Get him up to 95. One delivery for Smith. Fabulous test match cricket, 193 for 6. Every sinew, it rattles into the gloves. It's 96 miles an hour. "96 miles an hour, that last delivery. Smashes into the gloves. Somehow he keeps it down. Like calmer waters with a left-arm spinner.
Do you think it's worth him trying a couple of balls over the wicket to Cummings into the rough, just to see what he does?
If he did that, he'd need another fielder up on the offside catching. He's just going to try and support Steve Smith. I don't think you're going to get too much different from Cummings in his support of Steve Smith. Still all eyes on Steve Smith. Can he grip the bat and get through this pain barrier? We're into the 74th over, new ball available after 80. The way that it's panning out, it would appear that Broad and Walks will take the new ball. Archer has bowled 25 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 50. I think everybody waited for this over to finish and get Archer back on again.
Just watch Steve Smith there, that hurt him. Reaching for that ball, extending the arms.
Catch it. 194 for 6. It will be Archer. Cummins on strike. Seven scores of over 50 in consecutive Ashes innings. Most by any player of either side. It's nicely played.
I suppose when it hits the bat at 94 miles an hour, it's a chance it will run away.
Well, it's thrilling stuff. Remarkable thing is his 26th over. This is right up there, 93, 94.
Might have been thinking it was going to be a short ball there. Good bit of bowling.
Flirt and a miss. Just looking at Ben Stokes at leg gully. It looks really deep. Just thinking more of a catching position, closer in. Last delivery. Movement but wide. 198 for 6.
So what do you do, Bumble? You keep him going?
75 overs have been bowled. 5 overs before the new ball. Australia trail by 60. And they're getting a real examination here from Archer. Remarkable thing, he's bowled 26 overs. Bowled 5 overs in this spell since lunch.
You do a couple more and then Wokes and Broad, as you said, share the new ball.
Tip, but he's well in. I'm just keeping my eye on Steve Smith, and he really is suffering.
Yeah, made his ground comfortably. He's looking pretty uncomfortable out there, Steve Smith. Still quite a while to go before the tea break.
Really struggling. Good accurate stuff from Jack Leach.
Very good, this bud. Brilliant, Leachy.
Just going to prod forward, trying to support Smith. There's 2 options: get a fielder in close to him on the offside, ball over the wicket into the rough.
Brilliant, Leachy. Brilliant, mate. Come on, boys.
Steady. 199 for 6. Nasser.
Yeah, there was a bit of chat in the press conferences before the game. Justin Langer said, our job is to get Archer into his 4th, 5th spell. Let's see how fast he is in his 4th, 5th spell. He's bowled 6 spells now, and look how fast he is. I'm going to do it by sessions. Look how fast he is in his final session. His last spell, 96.1 miles per hour, 90.2 was his average speed. So as his spells have gone on, he hasn't dropped off in pace. And I'm just getting in CricViz, and their stats go back to 2005. That last over from Archer, average of 92.79, and that's the quickest they've got, CricViz, historically for an England bowler. So his spells and his paces haven't dropped away. He himself said, don't worry about me. I bowl 51 overs for Sussex, I'm fine.
Pulled away just over the top of backward square leg, and it goes for 4. 203 for 6.
I wonder how close this is to Ben Stokes. He's helped it on its way. Oh, maybe a couple of yards or more. Should give us an idea. He's never getting there. It's safe.
medical attention out there from both teams. No champion player really has to go off the field. I think the medics have just got to take it out of his hands. With a team doctor, team physiotherapist. Great that the lad is stood. I think that's the right decision. I really do. It's a wonderful spell of bowling. I mentioned a real champion. One of the great players. In one heck of a battle. New regulations on concussion, it's absolutely the right thing. What lads are like, I want to stay on, I want to stay on. Absolutely dropped him to the floor. He was flat out.
Be interesting now, yeah, it is Steve Smith. He's going to come back out. This is very courageous and brave from Steve Smith.
Yeah, it was a courageous short innings from Peter Siddle, and now Lord's crowd greet Steve Smith, who will resume his innings to a great ovation. Great ovation, certainly from the Australian contingent in the crowd, who will appreciate the battler within, and out he comes. He's 80, he's 20 away from what would be a 4th consecutive 100 here on English soil. And everybody, the doctor and the physio, have determined he's okay.
Yeah, it's good news. Interesting reception, wasn't it? I think the majority of it was disappointed, still the booing in that situation. I understand them giving a bit of a banter and giving a bit of a boo, but I would have liked to see them all clap at that moment. Just get up, clap and say, that's courageous to get out there and very brave.
Yeah, well, he certainly got a rousing ovation from the Australian contingent. And generally, I think that the Lord's crowd here will appreciate this effort from Smith. Coming back in, having been laid flat by Jofra Archer.
Very much in his own bubble, isn't he, Steve Smith, most of the time. Here's that wicket again, just a nice length, nice line, just a bit extra bounce, left Peter Siddle. Simple one for Johnny Bairstow. Excellent bowling. I just wonder what sort of impact that would have had on Steve Smith. Hasn't seen this before in his career. Wouldn't have happened to him before in his career. He's in his bubble all the time. He does his own thing. I wonder how long it'll be till England give him another short one.
Wow, what a response that is. That is an incredible shot, having just come back in. The second ball he's faced from Chris Wokes. He has just smeared this to the mid-wicket fence for 4.
I don't think we were expecting this sort of shot or this stroke play. That's what I was saying. I just wonder how it affects him, that just what had happened to him today.
A quick from the back of the boxes, maybe he is concussed.
What a shot that was. That's how he got out, actually, in the first innings at Edgbaston, wasn't it? But with number 11 for company. This time through the offside. Ball will run down the hill. Broad giving chase. Second boundary, consecutive boundaries for Steve Smith. He moves to 88.
This is just pure class from Steve Smith. Just a fraction short, but just look at that for a shot. Well balanced. Full face of the bat. Picks the gap. Absolute class.
No change in the field. 3 slips. Ring of 3 still on the offside. A man has just motioned out to the deep square leg boundary in case England are looking for the bouncer. Was a bouncer. It was wide. Smith might have had a flay over point, but he doesn't. 226 for 7. Dramatic stuff.
Well, if you're thinking about going to the bathroom, going down the shop, going to the street to do anything, do not do it. Wait. It is all happening here at Lord's. Steve Smith's back out there. Archer's warming up.
Yes. Just keeping my eye on Archer there. He's bowled a 7-over spell, 8-over spell. Can Root really bring him back now straight away after 8 overs? Already bowled 28 overs in the innings out of 86. Unless he's sending a message to Root. Get me on. Cummins facing 3 slips, short leg.
Don't go anywhere is the message. This is great stuff. This is good Test cricket. 2 evenly matched teams going for it at each other. Nothing like a fast bowler bowling super quick. Tail in, the batsman on 88. He's 12 runs away from his 4th consecutive 100 in an Ashes series in England. No one's ever done that before. And Stuart Broad has got something wrong with his shoe.
Needs to be re-shod. Archer. Archer continues to go through some loosening exercises at mid-on, sending the strongest possible hint.
Well, if I was Joe Root, I'd probably just wander up to Archer and just say, how you feeling? And if he looks at me and says, give me the ball, Skip, you give him the ball. I mean, Australia only, in the context of the match, Australia are only 32 runs behind. If they can get another 30, 40, 50 and this tail can wag a bit, suddenly they're probably the only team that can win. So the momentum shifted from ball one this morning, where you think England were probably the only team that could win. Suddenly Australia are the only team that can win.
Equally, you've got Wokes, who's just taken a wicket. You've got Broad, a bowler with 450 test wickets or whatever he's got, and 3 for in this match and 9 in the series. They're well capable of taking wickets too.
They are, but this is a moment in the series, I reckon. This is a moment. Australia 1-0 up. You're at Lords. You're 1-0 down in the series. So what a moment for the whole context of the rest of the series. We've got 3 test matches after this in basically 4 weeks. Just send a message.
Broad 83 miles an hour. That's 10 miles an hour slower than Archer was sending them down just about 45 minutes ago. I think he topped 96 in that spell. Beats Cummins on the inside edge.
It's good bowling from Broad. Coming down the slope. This is crucial deliveries that in partnership Cummins had with Siddle, and he had at one stage there with Smith.
I think at Edgbaston they were 122 for 8.
Yeah, what Siddle got 40 odd, didn't he?
Absolutely. Yeah. More than double their score with those last 2 wickets at Edgbaston.
I think when you've faced someone like Archer bowling that quick like Cummins has, he's faced, what, 60 deliveries. He faced a lot of Archer at that stage too. If someone like Broad comes on, even the 83 mile an hour, no disrespect to Stuart Broad, but it's a bit like, geez, just a bit shorter, thanks, a bit fuller. It's a bit like a throwdown.
Flick the pad. 226 for 7. Talking about the great spells of fast bowling that we've seen over the years, we've managed to put together the fastest since 2005, which is when CricViz's data kind of starts. 89.8. Andrew Flintoff quickest at 91.5. This is an average speed in a single spell. You take out the slower balls from Archer today, it just nudges it above 90, 90.25. But I guess there may have been slower balls in those spells from Harmison and Flintoff and Finn as well.
Yeah, in that 2005, you're talking about Athens. You had Flintoff and Harmison bowling those sorts of speeds, and then throw in Simon Jones as well. It was who was around that similar speed. It was a fantastic attack, quality attack, that variety. And then Ashley Giles as well. With Hoggard, it was a very good attack. Thinking about the great spells, the best one I've seen in my time that I played was Curtly Ambrose in Perth. It was 1-1 in the series, the last test match of the series in Perth. And West Indies hadn't been beaten for a long period of time. Curtly Ambrose had none for 21, 7 for 22. Got 7 for 1.
At the
we
Wacker.
lost in 2 days at the Wacker.
Fast bowler's dream. The Wacker. Perth. Here's Chris Wokes. It's not to be Archer. What's that come off? Just looking at the umpire because it flashed past Bairstow's left hand, but leg by is given by Chris Gaffney.
Well, Athers and I have been saying to you guys about no one's ever done that 4 Test matches in a row in Ashes cricket. Just been told by Benny that no one has ever in the history of the game got 4 consecutive hundreds in England. So Steve Smith is only 12 runs away from being the first man ever to do that. He deserves it too. Showing his class and courage right here.
Looking to flay that through the offside. He didn't quite have the room. It's worth looking at that graphic again. I think people will remember this spell from Archer clearly because of the dramatic moment when he felled Steve Smith. I can't remember 1 or 2 of those spells, I have to say. Steve Finn at Dunedin was there, but I don't remember it. I don't think many people will forget this spell from Archer in a hurry. Three slips, no gully, ball dribbles away down the hill. Runs given. Not looked completely convincing, and that's not surprising having come back from a thunderous blow to the head, but he's into the 90s.
Yeah, it just doesn't look as calm at the crease, even though he's got all those movements. He generally looks pretty calm at the crease, Steve Smith, even the way he leaves the ball. Just a bit busy at the moment. It just a bit flustered, which you can totally understand. England need to capitalise on it now and find a way to get him out.
No, outside the line of off stump, I think. Gaffney agrees. Definitely doesn't look as convincing since he's come back. Clock has run down, so Root can't call for the review now. It's a little bit like the one at Edgbaston. If you remember, Smith was given out LB at Edgbaston and reviewed it. Gets so far over, he often gets that back pad outside the line of the stumps. Close, surely, yes! In swinger from Wokes. Smith is reviewing, but I think he's done.
Review for LBW, Gav. TV umpire to director, player review for LBW. The on-field decision is out. May I start with the front foot, please? That's a fair delivery. Let's move on to front on, please. No shot played, so through to ball tracker when you're ready, Mark. Ball tracker coming up now, Gav. Ball pitching outside off, and wickets hitting.
Steve Smith called for a review, but as he did so, he turned on his heels and began to walk back to the pavilion. He knew he was done. He didn't pick the in-swinger from Chris Wokes, so there won't be a 4th consecutive 100 in England for Steve Smith, but the Lord's long room rises to him. It's been another remarkable innings, 92 and done, 234 for 8.